Order at 10:03 a.m. Agenda additions and approval. Councilor Grover.
I got one, doctor recruitment, want to talk about it, put it on the agenda, and the health foundation, please.
We'll put that under agenda items 9.3.
9.3. Okay.
Any other additions? Seeing none, if I could have somebody move the agenda. Councilor Nyberg. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Minute approval.
There's a few.
There's a few. Do we do them all at once or do we?
I would be okay with doing them all at once unless anybody has any objections to that.
Okay, we've got minute approval, regular council meeting minutes, June 12th, 2024. Regular council meetings minutes, July 10th, 2024. Special council meeting minutes, July 16th, 2024. Special council meetings minutes, August 2nd, 2024. Committee of the whole minutes, June 27th, 2024. And committee of the whole minutes, July 25th, 2024.
So, Mr. Chairman, I see no errors or omissions on them, excepting maybe the odd spelling mistake, but I'm not sure that I want to nitpick on that too much.
Any other questions, concerns on any of those minutes? Call the question, all in favor? No, that would be carried.
And that's not at staff, that is, I'm pretty sure the computer spell checks.
The American version instead of the Canadian version.
Yes.
Hey, we have a public hearing at 1 o'clock. CEO Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before we get started, I'd like to introduce for the public our new Director of Operations, Greg Jackson. He's a familiar face of the County of Stettler, and we're really happy to have him on board.
So where are you from there?
Born and raised here. Are you going to live in our county?
Yeah.
Yes, I am deeper here.
So I understand that you like cattle farming. Were you not supposed to stay with the Hereford brand?
I said enough questions. Director, you're open to all questions, even if irregardless of who it's coming from.
So do we say welcome aboard if he's already been here? Like, I don't know how you say that. Good to have you.
Yeah. Welcome into your new role. Was there anything else, CEO Casting? If you sit in my chair again, don't touch my controls.
I have never touched your control. I did not touch the control.
Somebody touched mine too, but makes you feel better.
Hey, no delegations today. And we've got council requests for information. Approach, I know we just had it handed to us, 6.1 approach onto Scholar Road off Township Road 35-0. It's Councilor Grover that brought that forward.
Yes. I have had a lot of complaints on it. I think it needs to be fixed. And it needs to be wider. We have trucks turning out of there. And I brought it up, and that's what I do. You bring it to council, and I'd like to have something done with it.
Mr. Chairman, I've instructed Public Works to look at this section of road several times. And you'll see from the pictures, it does have a 9-meter top, which is wider than some of our roads. And so I guess we feel that it's within our road classifications. It's working well. I know that we've got complaints from 2 residents down there that are having problems coming off of 35-0, usually from the west, going east onto the Scholar Road. But I'm not 100% sure what exactly council would like us to do. We're under the opinion that the road is functioning well, and so looking for council direction.
Mr. Jackson.
I did see that, so. Okay.
Thank you. And I'll just add to CAO Cassidy's comments. We recently, just last week, went and took a look at the road. And the concern, we had one area of concern, as you can see in the memo, and I realized you just received the memo this morning. But there is about a 2 or 3 meter section on the east side on 35-0 that could use a little reshaping just to add up a little bit more of a crest to that before it slopes away. With staff, we've determined that there's plenty of material there that we can just do a little reshaping to the road to add that a little bit to it, Councillor Grover. And then, like I said, and then in the memo, we do have 9 meters on both of those. That's the minimum. And we do have that 9 meter top, and it exceeds that in some areas. So we are there as per the spec, and added to that, we'll just do a little reshaping to give it the width that you're looking for.
Well, you're saying you have it handled?
We got her covered.
Okay, yeah, I know. I just got the plans. I went down and looked at it, and it has a drop off and it slopes like this here when it comes from the west going on to the road and you turn. And they're just scared to dump a trailer. They're going to dump a trailer over, or, you know, with people turning onto there, it isn't that good. I just like it dealt with. If you could, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But currently you're dealing with it. And if you say you're dealing with it, I'm good with it.
Absolutely. And we've taken a look at the turning radiuses as well on that for measurements, and we are falling within spec. Slopes after the road top, our slopes are all in spec as well, minimum 3 to 1. So we're doing all right there as well. But like I said, there is a couple of points there where we saw that a little bit of road shaping will definitely maybe make a little difference, and we can work with that. So.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, a couple of directors ago, I had the same issue in one of my areas that we're having, the slope was cut off. We installed delineators, and they got run over a couple of times, and the grader operators may not like them as much as some, but it does give you that, the shape of the road has stayed in a flat top. So I don't know if that's something that might work, but it did work in the situation I was at, and it has immensely improved it. Same idea, the edge of the road, in the inside corner, guys would pull with their tractor, but the trailer would follow behind and it would cut that road. And then the grader operator was putting material back, but it never got packed in. So delineators, for whatever reason, made a difference on the one that I was dealing with. Just a thought that it might be something to try, and for a very minimal cost.
Councilor Gunter?
Yeah, like the only condition I saw down there was, say, like if you look at the very top picture looking west, it'd be, say, like in the northwest corner, the slope of that road right in the corner was I'll say 1.5 to 1. So if we can just make that a little bit more gradual. But other than that, there's enough road width in there. Like when you take your class 1, they just tell you, take all the room that you ever need. And by all means, other than that, Greg, you've got it under control. Thank you.
Just one more comment, if I may. Some things that we do want to get away from are softening that corner so much that traffic feels as though they can start using the slope
As a speed curve.
as a portion of the road. So we do want to maintain that our road top is defined so that the traffic will stay on that turning radius where they're supposed to be traveling and not start moving down into that roadbed. And then basically what ends up happening, you start pushing that roadbed further and further out. And so then it becomes a greater task building it up and maintaining it. So there is some of that where at the edge of our top, you will see a bit of a steeper slope edge, but it still is maintained in that 3 to 1 as you go down. Just to ensure that people do see the road top, that they stay on the road top with their vehicles, and that we can maintain it, keep the road in the shape that we need it to be.
The delineators did definitely, started to become a speed curve.
Yeah, that road I'm very familiar with. Probably, the best well that was ever in the county of Stettler was located west and south of this corner. We hauled huge loads out of there on wheelers and all permitted, proper road use agreements. I never one driver put his wheels over the edge of that. So part of that, I think, maybe is maybe that slope has changed now, or just a reminder when guys are pulling Super Bs and stuff, you gotta take up a bit more road on the other side.
The slope has changed there, it's like this.
But we had huge loads in and out of there. I think we put a lot of money into that corner actually at one point, so from the oil company basis.
And at the same time, when we're dealing with a lot of the roads that are entering and meeting the Scholar Road, we have a lot of alignment issues where that, they're coming in at that road and the angle of the direction the Scholar Road is traveling. You're seeing a lot of alignment issues. So with that, you do end up having to approach the Scholar Road and square it up a little more evenly instead of coming in at the same angle that you were traveling off 35-0. You do have to square up a little bit with the Scholar Road and then make the corners in order to stay on top, but there is the radius on those corners to make it without sloping into the ditch, so.
What did we narrow the Scholar Road down to when we reworked it a couple of years ago? It was to 8 meters?
7, but I noticed the last time I drove it, she's flattened it out again, because it was 14 meters right where you came off of 590. It was like a runway at an airport. Yeah.
Okay, so we need an accept for information.
Mr. Grover, are you okay with that?
See, for information. Very good dealing with it, that's good. Thank you.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 6.2, dust suppression on 38th Street update, page 13 of the package, Councillor Gender.
This was one that the residents had in the name of the subdivision, like yes, Anderson. Like they had approached me several times, even like last year, wondering about the roadway, the speed limit. The speed limit is no problem in there at all, but it's the dust that caused them. They say that there's an awful lot of residents that cut across there instead of going around through the town. They would just soon cut across from there, 56 over to the next range road. So it creates an awful lot more traffic in there. There was a time when we had made a motion to the town that they share the cost of the dust suppressant, and it would be to a maximum of $5,000. They come back saying that, no, thank you, but we're gonna come house out of this. I also find that in municipalities, like if being that it's their road, that a cost sharing would have been most appropriate. So it lets me know that they're not really at the greatest concern of, say, like children that are working in there, means that they're not working with ourselves. So I would like to make a motion that the administration go ahead and we do supply the dust suppressant on the road in front of the Anderson subdivision from the east side of the Lakeview Cemetery over to the next range road east at our expense.
Can I ask a question to administration? Did we have to do a bunch of, like we talked about also the pre-work?
Well, it would be up to Public Works, but there seems to be enough material on the road, but we would definitely have to shape the road. There's a lot of washboard in it before we could apply the oil.
Councillor Nyberg?
Just if you could remind me whose responsibility this road is. Is this not the town's responsible road?
It is the town of Stettler's, but the Anderson subdivision is ours and we collect the tax revenue from it.
Okay, but it is can we work on the town's road without their permission?
They've given us the permission to go ahead and do it with this letter, but they will not cost share.
But should they not, like, I think this needs to be put back into the political realm because this is complete BS in my opinion. This is how the MGA is set out to work with, that you do this in conjunction. I think, I mean, somebody needs to sit down and have a conversation with them about this. Maybe we need to send a delegation or something. I don't know. But I don't quite think that they're picking up what we're putting down on this one. This is theirs to look after. This is theirs to maintain. Now we're going to go in and fix their problem and we're going to pay for it. And then secondly, are we not already done all our dust suppression? So this would be for next year, correct?
No, we,
I think we're done.
we have another load for the second application, so it will get one application this year. And then we would probably follow up next year with the second.
I did drive that road within the last couple of weeks just because of this issue. And I asked that question too about, not only about dust suppressant for the county, but I said, do we still do the dust suppressant for the town of Stettler? Because I'm in full agreement with Councillor Nyberg. This is a road that has many residences coming off of it. Kids riding bikes, kids playing. And I think we're kind of getting and where do those people typically drive to do all their businesses into the town of Stettler? Probably their work, everything else. So I do find it a little bit disturbing that it was voted on, especially carried unanimously, to the fact that it shows me total disregard to what our road issues are, like the ring roads that we have taken, I think, pretty good care of. And we would, if we were hauling heavy loads on the other loads, we'd be talking to the town about what our requirements are. So I do think this needs to be brought up again, and maybe not the understanding of what this road, like what consequences could happen on this road. I think, I'm sorry, but I just feel they assume that we'll just pick the tab up and do it.
So last year, Public Works did go in and do some dust control for the town of Stettler at their request. I'm not sure how that worked out, if we picked up the tab and then they did a favor for us to offset it, because I know the street sweeper wasn't Erskine last year. Greg might have a better knowledge on that. This year, the only thing that I am aware of that we've done in conjunction with the town of Stettler is we've done some oiling at the airport. We're in front of the hangars where it's gravel so that the rocks don't come up and get caught in the propellers of the planes. So we cost shared that, but
That was a CEO decision, just so you guys know.
it was $2,500
Or the rep for the airport.
$2,500, but we did do the work and applied the dust control. So I don't, it's up to you guys. Do you want us? If you put it politically, then perhaps we should send a letter to the mayor of the town of Stettler, ask him to reconsider, or I don't think administratively it's what we want to get into.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt that, but I'm spitting nickels a little bit on this one, because of the simple fact is, I'll be honest, I have a real inclination right now to send a letter back to the town and say, listen, this is your responsibility by the MGA and courtesy copy municipal affairs. This is the kind for $5,000, people. Like I'm seriously thinking this. If this came in front of us and it was the shoe was on the other foot and it was on the north or east side of the road, is that what we have to look after? We would be there. At least I think I would be one that would be saying, yes, I think this is something we do. Good neighbors build good fences. Good neighbors build good roads and oil and keep dust control. Sorry.
Councillor Stolberg?
Yeah, no, I agree with this conversation that it is definitely the town's responsibility through the MGA. That is their road. But I think for the safety of the people using it'll have to be done. But I do also agree that we need to go back to the town one more time on this politically and ask them to reconsider. But what I was wishing to draw to their attention, or anybody that wants to hear this, is that in my area, Range Road 340 is the divide between us and special areas. And there's lots of special areas folks that use that road, and it's known as the Scapa Road. So it goes to Scapa in the special areas. It also connects to the road to Hannah. And we've never ever dreamt of charging or having special areas pay the maintenance of that, because their people use it. I mean, that is our road under the MGA, and we maintain 340 because it is our most southern boundary. And this is the town's most southern boundary. So it's just the way it works. So
you're saying the town should pay the whole bill instead of cost sharing with us? I agree. I'm on that one.
yeah, we pay all ours, but even if they cost share it, I'd be very, very happy. But just to push it off and say, no, I don't think that's right when it is their road.
Councillor Stevens? Was it our forces that re-gravelled the John Deere Road 20-1?
We're still working on that. So I don't think that we did the first half mile. But we're working on the boundary through the annexation of exactly what's ours and what isn't. I know on the Tower Road, we split that road, right? Like half of it's the town, half of it's the county. So I'm wondering if there's kind of something on the same John Deere, but I did have Greg look at it. He said,
Yeah, I went through it with Randy and with our graveling program, and we started the mile north.
Okay.
From Highway 12 intersection with that is where we started our program, and we progressed north then to where we terminated at 39.4 or something like that at that top end. So as far as our records are we did not gravel that first mile.
Okay.
I would like to see that agreement though, because for the fact when there was talk of G3 going in there, I understood they were responsible for that road up to basically that next intersection to the north, which would be roughly
39.2.
2 miles.
Yeah.
So that probably we did already. Maybe we possibly graveled their 1 mile of road.
And that's a good neighbor.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with this, but to tell us basically to go pound sand without even, having
The
the,
discussion back.
yeah.
So we're getting late in the year. So do you want us to, or would council be interested in making a motion that says, to tell us to go ahead with the one application of dust control and then send a letter back to the town asking them to reconsider their decision?
I made, Mr. Gender did put a motion on the table already. It is recorded, so you do still have to vote on that.
Can you repeat that motion? So
It
that
is, well, in our words, in his wording was to direct administration to apply a code of dust suppression on 38th Street in front of the Anderson subdivision.
If I may, Mr. Reeve Clark, could we get clarification on exactly which dust suppression that would be used in this
you
location?
did do a price,
Yeah,
you'd give them.
we recommended the MG30.
We did exactly what is expected, I think. So if we do put the dust suppressant there. But for future years, I guess.
So, Mr. Chairman, and the other, I guess the other side of this too is that if I want dust suppression in front of my house, I have to put in some money on this as well. So I do think that this is a part and parcel of the ratepayers themselves may or should have some sort of contribution to the dust suppression that goes down. So
I guess the one part of it is it is a fairly, you wouldn't call it a hamlet, but a subdivision, with a lot of places that are affected by the dust that aren't really directly adjacent to it too, when you got a south wind.
and the internal roads, I would suggest that may be something that we would look at, but the outside road and I think our new policy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you put in more than 5 parcels of land, we have a bylaw that there has to be dust control of some sort put down, whether that is pavement or,
Could only go back.
yeah. If we could only go back, absolutely. So this is a problem, but I do think that it's a multifaceted situation.
I don't think their dust suppression policy speaks very well to subdivisions and more concentrated residential areas such as this. And we're only going to get more and more requests from groups that want this, whether it's a subdivision or more of a residential area. So I would like in the future to bring back that policy. Perhaps we need 2 versions, one for our farmers or ag producers, or the one off acreage. Yeah, if they want to do that stretch in front of their house, we have a very defined policy for that. But do we need another avenue for clusters to come forward if they want that sort of thing?
Gregory?
Thank you. Just wanted to make a point of clarification. The previous cost estimates that you were given were for a 550 meter portion of roadway. So that basically covered just the edge of the Anderson subdivision on the west side across to the east. Councillor Gender's motion, I believe, read from the street bordering the Lake Beach Cemetery east. So there, if we do, that will be a bit of an increased distance. So that, just for your own knowledge, that would be a difference in the cost a bit from the numbers that you were presented previously.
Our partner should be coming back to us and suggesting we do across that intersection to keep the dust down. for safety also too, but that, that would have to be a cost to be looked at
On their road.
on their road, yeah. But if we were willing to partner them to that point for safety of all people, that would also help. Counselor Gender.
The part that bothered me the most on this is that if we've got little children that could be in there, the dust could be impeding like their sight in there. So if this is what they want to come back and say that, well, they don't really give a damn about our children, that's the part that really got under my skin on her. And if we have to change that to say that for the first 550 meters from the west, by all means, because there is a that does not have any residential, they would basically pick up the ones that are going at the speed on the east end. They'd be only starting out. So I think we could just concentrate on the west end of it.
Counselor Stillberg?
Just one further comment. If you do just do a section, I would start slightly back to the west because all our winds are, most of it's from the northwest. And I noticed that when you do farms, if you just do in front of the farm, you eat all that dust anyway because it comes from the just piece in front of it where you didn't do because the northwest wind brings it in. So you'll have to go slightly further west, I would suggest.
We just leave that up to the discussion.
We do have a motion on the table. We'll oil it and then talk. So
What kind of money are we talking then for the total amount? And where does the money come from?
I think the original motion it's $3,000 to $5,000 for the oil.
I thought it was,
that was that times
Our fair share times two. $6,000 to $10,000 was the total project, if I remember it.
So depending on which product you were using, MG30 was going to be at a 50-50 cost share. It was going to run you about $3,000 per share. So 6,000 total. That was for 2 applications.
Not including the reshaping of the road though.
Some of the labor, just basically the labor and equipment to apply. So as we're only speaking of one application, with MG30, you're looking at a $3,000 cost. If you're moving up to like the oil and the medium, then you're at $5,000 cost.
You said recommended at MG30?
Yeah, and we did include the labor costs in this amount because, I mean, they need to be cost shared appropriately.
So this year, basically, we'd only be applying half of it, and then we'd
They should
have.
grade the road to take the washboard out at least, but whatever.
Might be, the washboard, if we're gonna cast stones, the washboard really wasn't any worse than some of our roads, so.
No, I get it, but I mean, we would prep our road before we put it down.
Definitely.
it's easier to do the prep.
Therefore.
Well, we do a lot of it.
I do realize we're kind of the people that, you know, if you're not gonna do it, get out of the way, we'll fix it, we'll do it. I get it, 100%.
But if we do it this year, we could still have our discussions and they could be on for next year re-up. And is that every year? Yeah, so we can sit down and go through it, but it is our, like it is, I guess they're right, it is our residents, but they are using a town road. And by MGA and everything, it should be supplying that service.
I don't know if those counselors understand that they are voting directly against the MGA, right? I mean, this is their road to maintain. And they say they do it to their standards. Well, I have that's a hard take for me considering they do have roads just out going on the west. Everybody drives on Highway 12. If you look north, that road has been oiled for their residents. So, yeah.
Should we have a second motion requiring go back to the town again?
First motion hasn't mounted, voted it yet.
And say like if we could make a second motion to go back to the town.
Well, before the first motion, so you'd rescind it or?
Make the first motion, then make another motion.
Councilor Grover?
I'd be in favor of rescinding it and then
It's not rescinding, it would just be take it off the
take
table.
it off and take one more shot at the town there if they would. Then maybe they're taking it serious and
When is our next, when is the next batch of oil coming out?
We're planning on doing calcium, our projects for calcium, the second go within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so starting right away here. Councilor Gender?
I'd just soon go ahead with the first motion here, because you never know what could happen in the meantime. I'd hate like hell to be able to see if something ever did happen down there, and we're gonna wait for another motion for the town to get their behind it here. No, I want to continue on with the first motion.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we could amend Council Jenner's motion to say that, approximately the up to $6,500. And we can take that out of operations or reserves.
That can be amended. I guess that can be put in there. Should answer most of the questions for that motion then. Okay, we've got a question on the table. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Hold on. Everyone opposed? All opposed? Okay.
And that's the
You guys
550.
are letting them way off the hook, way too easy.
Well, there's two different subjects here though. The next motion we can. Councilor Stevens?
I'll make a motion to instruct administration to bring back our dust suppression policy at a future committee of the whole to look at more clustered residential areas.
Yeah, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chairman, can I just get a quick clarification on if there's any direction that you want council to bring back with that, or just bring it back for a discussion as is?
Well, I'm envisioning, since we charge our farmers and our one-offs, that surely there's a way to do a subdivision in a similar manner where it seems a little bit unfair to me that a farmer has to get paid to get dust control in front of his residence, where we'll do the same amount to a cluster for nothing. I'm just trying to normalize it. So as these residential areas bring more requests, we have an option. This is the policy. Are you interested?
We'll bring forward some ideas. Thank you.
Cassidy?
Did council also want to instruct administration to reach out to the town of Stettler to ask if they would reconsider their decision?
Councilor Nyberg?
It was clear that 6 of you don't care.
What we care about is.
I say that in jest, I do. I mean, honestly, I unfortunately, and this is the cynic in me, I do think that we are, it is very much a futile effort, but I do think that in my conversations with my counterparts at the other side of the fence on a go-forward basis, I will have the conversation politically saying that I do think that was a wrong decision, and I do think that it's their road to look after. Are we going to look after all 4 roads around the town of Stettler now? Is that where we're going with this? If we get a complaint on the north and west and east side, are we going to look after all of it? I'm just to the point where I'm tired of our certain partners in our realm always expecting us to help them out, i.e. the airport, where we said, yes, we will definitely cost share with you. Not our responsibility, that is their operations, but we said, yeah, in faith and in good neighborly fashion, we will help you out. Yvette, I know where you went with that. I know exactly what you're doing. I agree with what you're doing, but it does piss me off even more because of a situation like this. This is, to me, a tit for tat. And I'm sorry I'm ranting, Mr. Chairman, but that's where I'm at. Yes, I'm pissed at the town.
Now that we have the.
Well, I feel that it's well worth asking a second time for them to reconsider and point out, I guess, the MGA, who's responsible for which road in your boundary municipalities when boundary roads are involved. And then it wouldn't hurt to highlight the cooperation we've done with the airport and different things. And the thing is, I mean, Mr. Gender has made the motion that we're gonna step up and we're gonna look after it for the safety factor. But also, as the CEO pointed out, it's a 2 application thing. So if we pay for the first one, and if they should reconsider and pay for the second one, it still works out to the 50-50 cost sharing agreement. So I would give them that opportunity to pay for the second portion then.
It brings me back to the community thing still, like we are one big community. We need to work with each other to get.
And I think they may reconsider when they put a little more thought into it. So I'm willing to make the motion to approach them and with a little explanation.
Okay. So is that clear enough? Okay, Councillor McKay's got.
We do have another motion.
Did we?
Bring it back.
We did vote on that one already.
On it, just a result
We
of it.
did vote, Mr. McKay. Did-
And you did vote on it.
That was the other one that we.
Just voted on both, but that's okay. It's early, Paul, I know. We'll catch up.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion on that? But we've heard from Councilor Nyberg already on it, so.
I missed that.
Let's please not ask for it again. Okay, call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Nyberg is opposed.
Waste of paper. And administration's
You
time.
can still have your conversations with your counterparts.
Oh, I will, trust me.
No, I may too, so. Okay, then we have got 6.3, resolution of physician recruitment, Councillor Stevens. We have another handout handed to us this morning. If for the resolution.
Probably start this one. In discussions with some of our counterparts, all rural municipalities seem to be struggling with this. And I know we've updated some policies and have some agreements with our counterparts on a new recruitment emphasis and incentive policy. But we can do all the tinkering around the edges we want, but that's 10, 15% of the whole picture. Like, so much of this is out of our hands, and in the Medical Association, AHS, College of Physicians, there's so many other people that have way more levers than what we do. We're tinkering around the edges, and it's great. I fully support our new initiatives, and there is likely more work to be done on our end. But ultimately, this is a far bigger problem than we can solve. I know AUMA has a similar resolution, I think brought forward by the town of Hinton. They're in crisis mode and have declared a state of emergency for theirs. And I think we need to get on board if our urban counterparts are requesting a rural recruitment plan and policy, then it behooves us to come from both angles, I guess. There may be a better response from our provincial ministers when they're getting it from the rural and urban in a similar direction of what we see. They've tried some things with RPAP to very mixed results, and I think that rural emphasis needs to be brought up again in their healthcare recruitment.
So in your opinion, do you think RPAP's doing a very good job?
No.
Absolutely not. I would agree with you on that. I just wanted to make sure. Did we not have a resolution you're talking about bringing one to RMA, right?
Correct.
Did we not have a resolution on, I thought there was, Andrew?
I did check the resolution database, of course, because I would hate to send a redundant one that they're just going to say, hey, we've got one on the books. Nothing quite matches the scope of what's being requested by Hinton. They've got a few things specifically that are, actually, I think there's only one active, and it's the old one from when the GOA and EMA were having issues with the pay scale for rural doctors.
Okay.
But nothing on recruitment specifically. And then once some of this discussion, if council does want to tend in the direction of putting forward a resolution similar to this, I would just want to work on some things with the therefore be it resolved clause, and I can walk you through, but I would let the more general conversation take place before we get into the detail of what I've prepared.
So Larry, on your resolution committee position, do you guys talk with the rest of the province as well? Have you heard of any? I'm just wondering if there's somebody else out there that's talking about it.
Basically, when we submit it to RMA, they'll come back that they have that similar type
But you
resolution.
don't,
We strictly talk about District 2.
Okay.
Or unless there's been a resolution previously.
Yeah.
That's very similar, that's what we'll talk about. But we could end up with 2 coming in.
yeah, no, okay, and I'm cool with that. I just, that's all I was checking.
We're very aware that Hinton's putting one in through AM.
I was gonna say AM, but AM.
And so, CAO Costi, and then did you have your hand up, Councillor Stuber?
I did.
Yeah, so CAO Costi.
So when Andrew was drafting the resolution, he did reach out to the town of Hinton, and they were very happy that RMA would also be getting this type of resolution, and we're very eager to help. Also, the county premier has or does want to second them.
County Painter.
Yeah, if you guys want to go forward with it. So.
I would- If you're putting that motion forward, then.
I will, I'll move that we submit a resolution at the upcoming RMA regarding attraction and retention strategy for rural healthcare professionals.
Councillor Stuber?
Yeah, no, I think this is a very important and good resolution, but I think in further discussion, I think we need to go further, probably federally to FCM or something with the, for the doctors' wages basically, because even in urban centers, I was just reading recently in a large urban center in Ontario, that they're facing the same thing, and the doctors are all leaving because they're, it's not financially advantageous to be in family medicine anymore. They make way more leaving family medicine, and I think that's probably quite a bit of the problem in rural Alberta as well. So I think the next step is to make it, financially advantageous to be in rural medicine, family medicine again. So I think the next step after this motion would probably be to go federally with the FCM, but we got time on that one. But it's all in the same discussion.
I'm fully aware that all of Alberta and all of Canada, for the most part, has a doctor shortage right now. But, I mean, the stats are pretty telling that this is felt far more acutely in rural areas. Like, we're, depending on which data point you use, we're, between 13 and 15% of the population in Alberta, and we have 6.6% of the physicians. So this is compounded by 100% factor when you look at rural healthcare. So if this is twice the problem for us, then perhaps a different strategy is required.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you refer to it regularly that government is not business, but in business, if you are asked to work in a remote location, you are typically paid a little bit more money, and you are typically given more money for sub, and you're typically given extra expenses. So I think, and I know you refer to it all the time, government isn't business, but in some cases, maybe they need to look at the business model of, if you want to get somebody in your area and you are semi-remote, you're going to have to pay more money. It's just that simple. So anyways, I don't think that can be for a further discussion, but yes, I'm 100% behind this.
Any other questions, concerns? I'll call the question for the motion on the table. All in favor? That's carried.
And that one. I don't get 2 votes? What?
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask then, now that council has confirmed they do want to proceed with this resolution, there is a draft in front of you, both on your tables and on the screen. So this does largely borrow from Hinton. It borrows enough from them that I did call and make sure it was okay, which is abnormal in municipalities. We just, steal and plagiarize if it's necessary, but I did update the stats on this. However, I did want to draw your guys' attention to the therefore be it resolved clause, which is the functional actional point. And so this is basically just Hinton's with AB Munis substituted with RMA. And it's advocating for the GOA to develop a strategy for increasing healthcare professionals in rural Alberta. I'm a little worried that particular resolution, that advocacy would be met from the province saying, well, yeah, we've got our healthcare action plan and it says we're going to do just that. And I wonder if instead the resolution should be to urgently prioritize the development of that rural healthcare strategy.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I would like to do, we've got a little bit of time for a resolution deadline.
We can bring this forward next week if to Cal.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I'd like to look at it. One thing I would like to see put on there too is, I think that the RMA should advocate to AHS as well, because the government is, I think, doing a really strong job, but AHS is the juggernaut that is the blocking factor here. I know there's been a number of people that said that AHS needs to be torn apart and dismantled and rebuilt in a better, more efficient fashion. But they are the gatekeeper, and they are definitely the ones that are making this possible or not possible. So I think that's maybe where some of our efforts should be spent.
Right. I'm leery about lobbying AHS too much. I mean, if you want to find fault, you could look at multiple organizations for how we got to this. I mean, unfettered immigration without having an uptick in corresponding professionals. You could look at the college, you could look at it, AHS, you could look at the immigration system to try, and all the red flags to try and get new doctors into our province and practicing. You can look at the assessments and the bureaucratic red tape there. But ultimately, there's one group that can control, and yes, it's going to be a struggle to restructure that, but there's only one group we can hold accountable.
Well, I respectfully disagree, because I think AHS has been getting a free ride on this. Unfortunately, I think they need to do that. But this is a discussion we could have in a further committee meeting for sure. I think that's, like I said, just my thoughts initially looking at this, but I would like to have a good solid look at it.
Well, that will be at Thursday's committee of the whole.
Yeah, we'll throw it on the agenda for next Thursday, so that we can just sit down and walk through it.
Okay. In 6.4, I asked this to be on water and wastewater bylaw. Councillor Stevens and myself have received an email from a residence in Buffalo View Estates in regards to our increase in sewer rates and what effects and causes it had to the people living there, which can be a cost of living there. But it did really, it opened my eyes on what our little changes did. So it's just something I think we need to maybe look at committee of the whole also and have a bit further conversation on, see if there's a more economical way we can do this. It's a combination of many things. There's so many things we deal with. It's a combination of our road bounds. It's a combination of having one vendor basically bid on services and have that price. So and I do think warrants discussion for the person that put this forward to us. Councillor Stevens, you got anything to add to that?
I agree with what you're saying. I'm aware that we have some constraints under the IDP. It has to be communally serviced, but I fear that we've gotten to the point where we may be becoming cost prohibitive for development. And I'm not sure what the point of having subdivisions where very few people can afford to live. And at some of these estimates, we're getting into a very high range, 5-6 grand a year just in utility fees for a household. And I'm not sure if we're missing the mark, whether we need to go back to the drawing board a bit.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is an add-on to the package I see, and I'm a little unaware of what this is about. Yeah, I guess I don't have the details. I'm a little confused.
We retendered the septic hauling contract, awarded to the same contractor at a higher rate. And we passed a bylaw for our wastewater fees. That went up substantially from what it was last year. And just trying to understand what options we have, because it's close to triple what it was last year. And I get fuel went up, expenses went up when you're looking at trucking costs, but triple seems excessive.
As we have our fee bylaws come forward, we vote on it for cost recovery. But like I say, until this got put in front of us late last week, it indicates, we can forward that letter out, but it just.
Yeah, that'd be good. Are we making money on this sewer haulage?
No. So
So what you're suggesting is that we subsidize sewer haulage at this particular spot?
What I read into it is we talked at one point, looking at what other operators do in that same area. They're not hauling sewer with vacuum trucks. They're hauling sewer with sealed tank trucks. They have maybe a different tankage. They have vapor recovery. And you can haul a lot more on a tank truck than you can. And maybe we have to look at our overall operation there to see if there's more cost-effective methods that we can utilize, because that vacuum truck is third heavier than a tank truck, or if not more. So that just reduces so much of the liquid you can haul in 75% road mass.
And I think you're right on the money with this. And the only thing is, I think we only had one bid come in, didn't we?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's with vacuum trucks. That's the way we currently do it.
I believe we did tender this time a little bit more flexibly, allowing for proposals on what kind of infrastructure they would ask us to implement. Because we did seek out some different pumping options that would have potentially alleviated that. But again, we really didn't get the interest.
Maybe we have to tap a few vendors on the shoulders and ask them to. I don't know. It's just if there is a more cost-effective way we could do it, it would be beneficial to those people are still maintaining cost recovery.
Well, and I think the discussion was at one point, and the previous Public Works Joe was not adamant about it, or not happy about us buying our own truck and doing it with our own forces. But we had the discussion of doing that, right? I mean, I remember very adamantly, we talked about, having a large truck that you could open the back and dump faster and do faster stuff with. We had a number of conversations to have this happen. So.
And I'm not sure if that was as much the Director of Public Works as the CAO that had a bit of a pushback on that, but that was suggested to the CAO late last week also too. So possibly that's something.
Same result.
Yeah, we're talking about it today. But it is, the question came in, I think we need to look at it a little further just to see if there is any other options, because when you start tripling costs on families, everything is, I know all costs are going up. We can say everything's costing more money, but I mean, it is still tripling the cost of what they maybe budgeted for.
Is that not a usage situation too?
Part of it is a big part of it's based on your water usage. So if you're watering trees, watering grass, on newly developed lots, you're paying a percentage of that into sewer fees.
So just from an operational standpoint, would they be better off buying that water from our tank fill and then transporting it and then putting it on their lawn? I'm just wondering if maybe there's other options for these people to look at of how they operate their day-to-day
The
operation.
person that sent in this email with the cost breakdown that I forwarded, he is doing that for his outdoor landscaping. So,
Okay.
No, but I know before we had, he's no longer a resident up there, but Mr. Chapman come in many times and talk about the same issue with us.
And I have in the past worked with several household, owners up there, especially when they're doing landscaping and forgiving the sewer charges.
Which we have to, but that's a conversation we have to have. Maybe we have to get that out there.
I mean, we meter the water. Can we meter the sewer?
It's unusual to meter sewer, especially in a gravity system, right?
Yeah.
So we've always based it on, there's an assumption in play, and this is typical of municipalities, particularly urbans, that 80% of the water you get into your house is likely going to return to the water or to the sewer system. So that's the premise by which we operate as well. Obviously, yeah, if you're washing your boat or you're watering the lawn, that's a higher portion of your usage, then that does change that ratio. But it's generally a reasonable average. So when we brought this forward, we did indicate that this obviously is a significant jump based on cost recovery of the new contract from our hauler up there. However, absolutely utilities can be subsidized by taxes. Often they are in rural because, the amount of pipe and maintenance we have in the ground to service the same number of households as an urban is, exponentially greater.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I pride myself when coming prepared for a council meeting.
And then this can go to committee of the whole.
I know, I agree, but I mean, the information I've got, I would like, before we sit here and have all discussion, I would like to have some time to digest this information and have a look at it. We can discuss all the issues right now, but then we're going to rediscuss them again in the effort of efficiency for council. Can we put this on to the next meeting so that we can have a wholesome discussion after I've had an opportunity to digest some of the information?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one comment. We have had some people, after understanding how the system and the billing works now, move to hauling water from a truck fill station to do the various projects in their yards, et cetera, stuff like that. Once they understood, they made the adjustments.
So part of this could be communication all around. Councilor Grover.
I'd like to see a comparison on a couple other lakes, what it costs them to get your water. I got maybe Gull Lake, Sylvan Lake, you can pick and choose them, but maybe 2 or 3 different lakes and what they actually pay and what the ones by around Buffalo Lake pay. Which have a comparison so I can make a decision whether this is outrageous or it's low.
You have to also look, because some of those lakes are tied into municipal sewer systems now, which is going to be a very long time for us up there. But we need to look at services supplied, and if we can move that to committee of the whole or to another council meeting, whatever would work. It came up very much last weekend, but it did beg for we need to have further discussion on it.
If we're going to get a full picture of what we got. And maybe that price is low, maybe that fish is way crazy too high.
I know Sylvan now, they're tied into Red Deer, they have that major pipeline project going for.
Now they have, well, then pick on Gull or pick one of them. I don't care which one. We have good working relationship with the other counties and they'll give us the information.
I think the subdivision on the north side of the lake, Pelican, I think it's communal septic, so it might be comparable to.
So Andrew, to move that forward, do we need a motion to do that, or?
It would be ideal for the record just to delegate it either to
Mr. Stevens?
I'll move that we bring this up at a upcoming committee of the whole and have instruct administration to bring forward comparables and potential options.
If they have time to do so, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would probably suggest that next Thursdays would be challenging to make that research.
I didn't specify which one. I said an upcoming.
Just wanted to make sure all of council's expectation was on the same.
That would be September's committee. Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Number 7, new business, request for decision, tax sale date 2024, page 14 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Sharon speak to this.
Thank you. Each year, we look at our tax rolls to see if there's any properties that are delinquent and have had a tax notification applied on the title the prior year. So we're looking at setting a tax sale date. Our recommendation that the County of Stettler Council sets a date for 2024 tax sale for December 6, 2024 at our administration building here for 9 o'clock. With these particular properties, we've extended or exhausted all of our revenues in trying to recoup the taxes. They also, by setting this date, we will be advertising in the Alberta Gazette probably in September. And then we will be following up with advertising according to the dates of the regulations for tax recovery sale.
I'll make the motion for staff recommendation to set the tax sale date for December 6th.
I got a question. Where is the Alberta Gazette? Is it only online? Or do you buy a subscription to it? We always do this. I know it's set out by, I think it's the MGA that sets it out. Who owns the Alberta Gazette and why do they get such preference?
It's the king of, it's out of all his publications, the king,
It is the Alberta King's printer.
Alberta King's printer.
So I can't buy a subscription?
They're online.
I want it mailed to me, that's all.
Or you can,
I'll talk to Charles next time I see him.
or download it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. We've talked about it so many times and I'll be honest, I didn't know. So I just thought I'd ask the question. Thank you. What's that? Thank you. I feel so much more educated than I was yesterday.
We also advertise it in the local papers.
Fair enough.
We do have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 7.2, request for decision, water hookup request southeast 240-19 west of the 4th, page 16 of the package.
Yeah, I can lead these off and Sharon can add any details. So this is the request we had. This one's not quite right on the line, but not particularly far. So we did get a formal quote on this one. That quote came in at $30,000 or $30,800. 15,000 of that is typically funded through the connection fee. So in this case, if council were to proceed, they would have to allocate $15,810 from other revenue sources. The recommendation just being reserves. Council has been open to considering short projects like this when the cost is fairly feasible. And so this was one I couldn't even give the applicant an answer to say maybe yes, maybe no. This is kind of right on the border of where council would go. So it's council's direction and discretion.
Back to administration, that green dot, is that for pasture or is it?
Yes, this would be for pasture or for watering cattle.
So the farm to the north doesn't?
They are not interested in servicing the farm to the north. They've got a good well there. So yeah, this one's specifically for just the quarter. And they may even consider subdividing that homestead off, reverse it off in the future.
Like an increased fee, like that's basically double our fee. We've talked about this at the table before, but we haven't went through policy or bylaw on it. What would happen then in a year if that farmer wanted to tie in? Like to the north, if that farm to the north.
If the farmstead there.
If we agreed to this and that farm wanted to tie in, where would we sit and say, okay, we'll do it to you for 15 or?
Yeah, so typically, the request or the proposal from administration is the typical proposal where we would only charge $15,000 for the hookup. So this isn't like what council has considered potentially opening up, where a person could pay the whole shot or more of it to guarantee them access and sort of offset the cost to the county. So in this case, if the balance of the quarter connects and then they want to connect to the farmstead later, especially if it's a separate subdivision, the balance of the quarter would have paid no additional costs. So they wouldn't be entitled to any cost recovery.
So is this acreage or is this to the north or is it a farm?
This is specifically for the pasture land, just for watering cattle and exclusively not for the farm.
So the farm, it's the same owner?
Currently, yes.
And the farm has water hookup?
No, but they have a well. And they're happy with that
as well.
Sorry, I'm talking about two different hookups here. So the water line here, the blue is what's already constructed and that's servicing this acreage. The green is what's proposed to service the quarter section, which is the balance right now.
The farmer lives directly north of where he wanted that tie in.
I don't believe they live on this property. Yeah.
With this particular property, there is no residence at the farm site right at the moment. They are using the well to water the cattle currently. This was for future planning. If they could get the water to the balance of the quarter, they may look at possibly future planning, subdividing, or I'm not sure what their plans are. Then the well would go with the farmstead, and they would have nothing to water the cattle from.
Rather than they could do a tie-in at that point.
That's why they want the tie. They want to do the tie-in now so that they've got the option of letting the well go with the farmstead if they were to subdivide.
Councilor Gender?
I see this is someone that's requesting to be subsidized in order for their water. There's ample, I'll say, sloughs in the area. There could be a dugout dug in there for considerably less money on there. I don't see, like, where myself that I'd find it feasible on there.
What about those, what's the acreages to the, I guess, east and south there? What are they hooked up to water?
And not all of them. The eastmost one is, but the other two aren't at this point. Both of them are adjacent to the water line, so if they wanted to connect tomorrow, that would be a very long one that they could connect off Highway 601 there and bring it into the property off their service connection off private land. So this extension wouldn't particularly benefit either of those properties or our ability to service those properties.
Councilor Stevens?
Just how do we decide where this connection's gonna be? And if it's water for a quarter section, why are we running it so far? I guess is my question.
As opposed to connecting off the south end of the property.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's what
Then we're a direct connection and we could move it laterally.
And this is a planning issue. This, unfortunately, I see this as something that's become now a future planning issue. If they want just to water cattle, then the spot is right off 601. It's a $15,000 tie-in. There's absolutely no cost to us. Moving it up to where they're asking it to be becomes a planning issue, and they're doing it for planning reasons, not for watering cattle. So I have a little bit of a different take on this.
I thought our policy, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, was we would get it to the property line. And I assume if we're just running a water line or a connection to the property line, then we could do it in either a manner that is the most economical to us or for future planning uses, because we have two more that we want to get to further down the road. But if we're just extending it north, which is doubling the cost, so that they may sometime in the future possibly tie it in. The last time we had a request similar to this, we went back and said, we'll do it, but you're paying for two connections. So I think it would be appropriate to give them the same response. We can do it direct off the line for 15 grand and our costs are all covered. Or if you want us to run north, it would make sense to do the two connections. They have it in the spot that they want, and our two connection fees would cover our costs. So either way, we're at cost recovery or very close to. Those are the options that make sense to me.
Because right now they might be looking at power and stuff too, but it's still planning. And we could supply water if that immediate access directly to the left of the, on the screen is tough to get to when water levels are high. Well, then you go further west and you can be into that open area.
You can move 400, 500 meters.
It's not going to cost us any money to do that. We're still coming off the line.
Yeah, so this was just the request of the applicant.
Yeah.
We can certainly go back to.
I think we have to go back to the applicant.
Jesse, go ahead.
I'll move that we instruct administration to discuss with the applicant option A of tying on direct to the line,
Where it already exists.
where it already exists, or option B, if they want to extend it, then we request the two connections so that we get to cost recovery. And then they can put it at their desired location.
We'd still be losing a little bit of money in that, right?
We'd probably be out a few grand because now we're paying for a second meter vault.
Yeah.
The same meterage, second meter vault. But if I mean, if we can get it to a few thousand, this is a pretty economical time.
Just saying, we got a crown.
Yep.
But I vote, I think we should just put it somewhere else. If they are actually hard up for water for cows, I'm cow. I needed it, I would put it.
And that's totally their choice.
This is for development, and I think it's at 15,000 is too low anyhow. Start out.
I agree.
30, it should be 30,000, drill a well. See how long it is.
So that is a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 7.3, request for decision, water hookup request, northwest of 23, 4119 West 4th. Page 19.
Mr. Chairman, so this one is quite a ways off the line, west of 850. So it's about over 4 kilometers, and which means, based on our engineered based preliminary budgeting at this scale, we do about $100 a meter, so that's $400,000. I think we estimated at $420,000 for this one. Obviously, we do see different costs based on the terrain we're working with. In this case, it's actually quite hummocky and quite a bit of water to try and go around or go through. So we may be actually at that 420. Normally, I would say that that's a generous estimate. And then in this one as well, there are some minor alignment issues with the road and the road allowance. This is one of our wonderfully fun areas where we've got a road that was bumped out to accommodate terrain, and the road plan was not bumped out. So that may be something that we would have to clean up.
Plethora of water to go around.
That's on the town road, isn't it?
It's probably not, it's been a year, and this is a year to fix it.
So what are our recommendations on this one?
The typical, of course, you can fund it from reserves, but the administration's recommendation would be to defer it to future planning and hope that we see some more interest from others in the area to bring down the cost per unit.
Mr. Stevens?
This is just south of Denelda, correct?
Yeah, just right southwest.
There's no opportunity with the Shirley McClellan extension to,
No, the Shirley line already goes past this, and we'd be coming off the existing line,
Okay.
so that new extension would tie off further north than this.
fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, this is one of those ones that we will have to defer to future planning, and if on that, you would have to have, I don't know, you'd have to have 20 more hookups to make this feasible, something like that.
Look at all these.
Depends what you define as feasible.
Yeah.
Council hasn't really set that.
Unfortunately. I'd make the motion that we defer this till future planning, till we can have some more hookups.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 7.4, request for decision to re-water hookup request southwest of 1340-20 West 4th.
And this one is far more favorable. This is a connection right off the line, right off the Shirley-McClellan line, north of 601 and west of 56. So administration's recommendation would be to proceed, as it will be funded entirely from the connection fee.
Councilor Kane?
I have no problem with this, and I move that we go forward with this one.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, 7.5, request for decision, re-policy 6.16, tangible capital assets, page 25 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Krista speak to this one.
Thank you. So what we have before you is the TCA policy. This policy was passed back when TCA was implemented back in 2009 and 2010. So what we're doing is just updating the policy to be more reflective of the times. What we've changed in the policy is to increase the threshold from $5,000 to $10,000 for capital assets. We've added in the residual value, so it's right within the policy for assets that we need to have a residual value with. And then the other thing that we just made sure was clarified in there was that if an asset's deemed to be shorter than shorter useful life, that we will look at those for under 3 years and they won't be capital in nature, even if they're over that threshold. That was already in the policy, but we just made sure that there was clarification on that. So we're just looking to update the policy based on the recommendations that we stated.
Councillor Gender?
Any purchase under $10,000, it's a total write-off?
Correct. We're just finding that more and more with the changes in the economy over the last 14 years, that what used to be capital in nature at $5,000 isn't the same price. So.
Councillor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, this has to go for it. It's just the cost of business is going up.
Paul, do you have a question?
No, I was going to make the motion.
Okay. I was looking, okay. Is there any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
7.6, request for decision, repurchase offer lot in Erskine, page 34 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon, did you want to speak to this one also?
We received an offer for 2 lots in the hamlet of Erskine in the newer subdivision, just east of Erskine. Council set an asking price of these lots at $22,880 in March of this year. The square footage for each one of these lots is 8,160. They're vacant. And the current assessment right now for the vacant lot is $21,550. It is currently zoned as hamlet residential. In 2023, the first part of end of 2022, first part of 2023, council did accept an offer for a vacant lot, which is just to the east of these 2 properties. On lot 2. Also to clarify on the map, it should be lot 5 and 4 is the lots that they have made an offer on. And our current recommendation right now is that the County Stettler Council direct administration to advertise notice of the following proposed motion to be considered at the November regular meeting in accordance with the Section 70 and Section 606 of the Municipal Government Act. That the County of Stettler accept an offer for the sale of Plan 1623372 Block 3, Lots 4 and 5 for $20,000, including GST. Subject to the following conditions, that they accept it as is, where is, and make no representation or give no warranty whatsoever to the accuracy of the service, soil conditions, land use, district drain development conditions, the absence or presence of environmental contamination, servicing, or the development ability of the subject property. Also, these lots, if they're sold, they probably should be consolidated so that they can put a house across them, or if they build a house on one side and a garage on the other lot, that they're taken as a 1 parcel unit. The other thing that we have that they have asked for in their offer is to have the power, the electrical to the property brought up to code upon possession at the seller's cost. I believe all of these properties have the services to the property line, and it would be the responsibility of the purchaser to connect into the services. Also with their offer, pending on if you guys go forward with the offer of 20,000, is the dates on their offer would have to be changed due to section 70 and 606 of the 2 weeks advertising, and then also the 60 days for which the public can petition the CEO pertaining to the sale.
I just got a quick question on those costs. Like that, is that 3 lots we're talking about, not 2?
No, they're talking about 2 lots, lot 5 and lot 4.
You mentioned 3, 4, and 5 in part of this.
Correct. It's marked incorrectly on the map.
Okay, I know, but. then you-
So they're looking at lots 5 and 4.
Lot 3, lots 4 and 5.
3.
Yeah.
The most westerly lots is what they're
That's
looking
for a
for.
combination of both lots?
Yes.
So they're looking at buying $20,000 for
2 lots.
for each lot.
No.
Oh, $10,000.
Both lots.
$10,000 a lot, Councilor Nyberg.
So I've taught a lot about what we were doing with the 60-day wait period, and I don't think we've figured out, the lawyers haven't figured a way to get around this yet. I don't know if we've actually had a decision from them. We've asked them if there's anything we can do, but that's for another discussion.
That'll be a longer conversation.
Yeah. So is it a possibility, and I think, and I don't want to bring up Nevis, but it behooves me to do that. Every day you're humbled, and thank God I am, because it makes me better. That one in Nevis was one that I did not see that. But if we put these lots up for auction, so we see interest, and we put them up for auction, then that negates the 60-day period. Because the auction is sold to a willing buyer, willing seller, with everybody being able to buy, correct?
I would believe that would grant us some protection, but I would want to verify.
Okay, so on a go-forward basis, I'm not willing to accept this lot, the price right now. But on a go-forward basis, if we had a reasonable offer that we thought was close, i.e. the one that we had in Botha, if we put it up for auction, the individual has the opportunity to put in a bid, have it auctioned off, whether they're not the highest bidder or whether they are the highest bidder. That is their decision. We, as the council, do not have to accept that bid. And then we could go forward with it. When we see this, could we not just set up small auctions to negate that? And I've been thinking about this one for a long time, because this 60-day period, waiting period after 2 weeks of waiting, we talk about the speed of business. That is not the speed of business. If I got to wait 30 days or 3 months to get my property, sucks. So an auction might be something that we go forward. We did that with the lots in Nevis, and it turned out very well for us. We had an offer come in from an individual. We put it up for auction, and we ended up making the lot, not the other lot, the ones on the front, we ended up making pretty good money on, actually. We did way better than the offer.
That was a tax recovery parcel.
Yeah, so this would work.
That was a tax auction. Okay.
I realize your concerns in regards to the 60 days. Unfortunately, that's our legislation we have to follow at this point in time. The other thing too is these lots were advertised with a realtor for a time period too, and they were not sold. So council chose to go back to this type of format at the time. So that's what we're currently using from that decision.
And all I'm saying is when somebody comes to us and wants to buy something, you never know, right? You never know timing. I've sold things where I've advertised it, and then a year later, somebody comes by and they can't buy it quick enough. So it's just, timing in life is everything. And one of the things that I think we possibly could do if somebody came to us and said, let's say they came in and made an offer to us that was something we felt reasonable, put it up for auction and let them know that they have the option to do that. Anybody could buy it then. And there's no 60-day waiting period.
Sharon?
With sales of county land, we still have to let the public have the option where they can petition us if they feel that we're not selling it at appropriate value.
And the auction.
They still have to have that.
Negates that.
Let him finish, please.
But right now, this is what we have in place for us. Because this is what was set up.
I'm just going to point out the quickest way to buy property from a municipality is to do it at market value. Right? If they came in with an offer of $22,800 for each of those, which is a reasonable market rate that council has set for the lots in Erskine on the basis of considering the assessment and relevant sales, then there is no requirement to advertise, right? It's only if it's, and therefore there's no ability to petition. Only if it's under market value. And then with the auction concept, if like I said, it seems reasonable, I follow the logic, but part of that being withstanding the test of court would be that auction would need to be quite reasonably advertised so that it can be genuinely argued that yes, it was accessible and aware to anyone.
In the Alberta Gazette.
A judge may say that is not appropriate means of advertising when there are newspapers and local distribution.
Advertising, don't knock our PR department.
Councilor Gender.
If you can consolidate 4 and 5, it's going to make lot 3 useless. No one's going to be buying a single lot in there. So I'm just wondering, why is there a possibility of making a lot number 6? So
No,
then
I
we,
think that's the setback from the landfill, the old transfer site.
Actually, if I'm correct, we could actually expand lot 6 bigger and build on it. So there would be a caveat.
they could put a
If there was
garage.
no basement.
Right. No. If you took lot 5 and James Nyberg said, I'm going to buy lot 5, I'm putting my house on lot 5, but I want to buy 100 meters to the west, that could be done with the caveat that there's no building put on it. 6.
Garage on slab, so there's no basement.
You could actually do that.
Myself, I'd be more in favor if you made a lot number 6 and then split the two, because number 3 is going to be useless.
Every development that's happened, every purchase has been double lots. One started out as a single name. After the fact, they bought the neighboring. I just assume follow your train of thought and consolidate every lot. Like, how long are we going to tell the market what they should want to buy before we start listening to this is what the public wants? I mean, these are reasonally narrow
It's
lots.
government's job to tell the public what they want. Think that'll hit the paper?
I would be in favor, and I would actually make this motion that we look at consolidating every lot in this subdivision. I think
One massive lot for minutes per.
into pairs.
Every pair of lots into a single lot.
Mr.
I would love to buy that lot.
I think this is again a larger subject that we need to deal with later on, and maybe in a committee of the whole have a fulsome discussion about how that looks and where it goes.
Well, fair, but we have to respond to this one. And if we
What's our,
let them purchase 4 and 5, then 3 is useless, and we can't go back to what we were discussing. So I think it has to be dealt with to a certain degree on this purchase now, because if, as Ernie pointed out, if we let them purchase 4 and 5, we can't consolidate 3 with anything. It's the anomaly. It sticks out like a sore thumb, and it'll sit vacant forever.
Let me put your fears to bed.
Councilor Nyberg? Sharon has been patient.
Just one comment in regards to different sales that we've had. Occasionally, there is a lot that they want for just vacant purposes. Down the road, maybe one of those landowners wish to, okay, I would like to use that as a garden plot or a larger area, so we have for kids to play or whatever. So they still have that option to purchase that lot. So it's not totally non-sellable lot.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, they are offering us $10,000 per lot. That's what I am understanding. So with that, I would respectfully just decline that offer and not accept that. I think that is a little bit too low. I know that I have said in the past that I would sell them for $1, but I think that is just a little too low.
Councilor Brewer?
Apparently, they're not selling hotcakes up there, because when this development was first done, it was gonna sell like hotcakes, you know. But I can't see it, well, they did that in Halkirk, you know, and it was just, they'd sell them for $1, and it's just a clown show. You know, people don't look after them, but heaven forbid, they got it. They pay taxes, and then you had to chase after them to get the tax, there's no tax on it. But you still got to go through all the motions. So I'm not for selling for 10,000 a lot. Absolutely not. Somebody's already made the motion. You made the motion, did you?
And hotcakes would go if we had back alleys, just a point.
And then Councilor Gender.
I was just gonna ask if you would consider rephrasing your motion to be informing the purchaser or potential purchaser that council will not proceed with that offer.
Sure, however you want to write it.
Because you vote, because you've made an offer, and I'm just gonna use this as.
If the counselor just said option 3, that is.
Oh, you don't have the yeah, okay, put the options in front of us. That's,
That'd be good. Sorry. Well, you do have your packages as well. And surely you're following.
I did say, what are our options? It's our defense.
So I just wanted to point out, so if you take a motion that says, you know, we deny the offer, or the council denies the offer, and that motion's defeated, have you now accepted the offer?
Fair enough.
Have you motivated, right? So that's the concept. That's the practical implication of a negative motion.
Councilor Gender.
How long would it take in order to, say, like survey a lot number 6 in there? What would it take?
Again, just a point of order, Mr. Gender, I agree that we need to have a fulsome discussion, but in the effort of time, hold that thought when we talk to Mr. Stevens again about what we're going to do with these lots in the future, okay? Thank you.
Okay. This has been debated around and around, but okay. We have,
Motion 3 is on.
number 3.
Yes.
Motion 3, and call the question, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Sharon. Agenda items. Okay, page 9 of the package.
We wouldn't notify.
9.1 memo, Gadsby project update, page 37 of the package.
So I'll start, Mr. Chairman. This is just an update to show you where we're at with the Gatsby drainage project. And, Justin and Greg have been working on this, and as the we are roughly a month behind, but that was due to the lateness of us approving it when we got the actual quotes in for it. Greg, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just the fact that engineering
I think you need to use your mic too.
and, I'll get a little louder, thank you. Just I'll add to that the comment that we've been on site. We've reviewed some of the initial details and drawings and whatnot that have been available. Justin is working closely with them to move this along as swiftly and efficiently as possible, and we are still hoping to make progress this year in order to get some of the priority projects taken care of.
Mr. Chairman, on a go-forward basis, we might have to use Justin's last name. What's his?
I believe Councilor Stevens might be easier to differentiate as a Justin.
Oh, I have a hard time calling him Councilor Stevens. There's other words I use, but just a note, that's all. And just for the public to know that Councilor Stevens is not the individual that is dealing with you.
So yeah, we are working to get some work done, ground broken, priorities started this year.
And we can carry forward the funding. This is all part of the transition from a village to a hamlet.
Yes.
And we'll remember it for next spring.
Well, I'm hoping that, if we have a nice fall and we get going, that maybe we can get her done this year. I am optimistic. There's nothing else I'm that optimistic about lately.
I mean, we haven't had moisture all year. Why would it start?
Yeah.
Councilor Gender, you had some questions this morning. They've been,
I'm just kind of wondering, like, I've not seen any drawing saying for like what the volume is, what it really consists of. And are we going to be going out for tender, or are we going to go hourly on something like this? Someone that we can trust?
We may, we're just, once we get that detailed design, which should be in almost any day now, we'll be able to break it apart and see where we can save money and what the best way to tackle it is. Because I know we asked for options instead of boring pipe to open cut, you know, just things that we could do to help this project along and reduce some costs. In the meantime, we've got 5 sewer hookups that need to be done, and I think we probably, once we get the design of this, we'll be moving forward to get those done.
Councillor Gender?
So like with this, the cutting of the ditches, there's going to be ample material brought out. There's going to be a stockpiling, or there's going to be a place in order to take it to.
So what you're asking, Councilor Gender, is if we've got plans to where we will be managing the materials one way or the
You
other?
betcha. You've got it under control.
We'll work through those processes.
Okay.
For sure.
Thank you.
Actually, a lot of the dirt would be in that, where it shows flow from wetland with the curved arrow on the end of 4th Street. And we actually have a very large stockpile directly to the west of that right now, so that was from one of the village's projects. When we walked through that the one day, stumbled over that pile. And, yeah.
Kind of end of the road along. So.
Yeah, it is a road allowance. They got a bunch of dirt cut piled there from street repairs. Councillor Stillberg?
If there are no further questions, I would move the update be received for information.
Councillor McKay?
I do have one point here. I don't have a problem with doing the drainage in the village itself, but we had concerns about the drainage to the north, getting it out and across because of the floodplain there or whatever. So.
Yeah, the biggest concern with that is where you see the green line to the north of the main street and you see almost like 290-degree curves in it. We'd had some ditches somewhat filled in. And then there was talk of putting underground piping, which I don't know where that's going now because that was brought up to the fact that, you know, for freezing and everything else, it could be a complete nightmare we were putting in. So the last suggestion that I'd had from when Joe was here still was that we'd be digging it, rip-wrapping those corners to prevent washout and making people put everything back on their own lots.
Yeah, but I was under the impression that it was north of that.
No, once it hits Railway Avenue,
Okay.
that owner to the north gets.
So it doesn't flood out.
He get flooded out, but he hasn't been flooded out for a long time, so.
True enough, but there's a possibility down the road. Okay, thank you.
If I can, it should actually convey to the east, once it's into the railway, or the former rail grounds, which is the county's property. The majority should convey to the east.
It doesn't, it goes straight north and it heads
It's part of the design. It doesn't now.
northwest of the creek, so you're gonna flow against all nature if you want to take it to the east.
Isn't that what government does? I can walk you through
That path, we don't even have to ask permission, so.
The other thing I would point out too is that the corridor you were talking about, we did direct MPE to design that as a ditch instead of underground stormwater. It was originally apparent, we asked MPE, where did this come from, this underground idea? It actually came from operations at the time, which is going back to 21, wanting to make it easier to maintain because of they didn't want steep ditches there to mow. We said, okay, so rock it. We'll get rid of the vegetation and we'll deal with it.
It takes some spraying, but.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens?
I know this is somewhat unfair to ask of our newly added staff, but I would like to make a point of emphasis that this has drug on. I mean, I'm looking at a June 2021 date on this drawing, or this print for the drainage plan, and we're discussing it in August 24.
So what are you saying, government flow?
I am suggesting that MPE may be more than capable of finishing this design, but it should be a point of emphasis for us to check in with them regularly for updates.
I would love to
That-
provide some clarification. I would love to provide some clarification. So the drawing, the 2021 drawing and the plan that was, that came out of that, the master drainage plan was finished. The plan was a master drainage plan. It was an overall study. It was not meant to go into the detailed design. And at that point, we had a roughly $750,000 price tag on it. And we were completing other projects in Gatsby. We said, okay, well, actually implementing a master drainage plan, including the detailed design, will be a consideration later to see how much grant money we have left. The only delays we've seen have been that process started this year, but then we had 3 months of missing some key staff members there. And so to only be 1 month behind, I'm okay with that.
I beg to differ, but that can be a different conversation.
Plus the whole design kind of got dropped off somebody's desk and we ended up focusing on AC1.
I am
Yeah.
I am not trying to lay blame for how we got to this point.
I know it's
I am trying to make a point of emphasis that I do not want to be getting the same update next summer.
so
That's
Justin is taking an active role, and I think him and basically on Andrew's my instruction, like basically check in with MPE weekly. We want to get this thing moving. We've had problems in Gatsby with getting contractors. Of course, we wanted to get the water lines all moved and done before we started the drainage. We had contractors that started jobs and then left because they got another offer basically along Highway 2 corridor and left us. Then we had operators that came in and kind of did not a great job and then had another operator come in and clean that one up and make it better. So we've had some issues with labor out there because it's not the most desirable place for companies to.
Projects like that, and they go to a better project.
Yeah, I know. It was, like I said, when you leave, you'll never come back, kind of thing, right? So it's been a challenge for us. Like it's been really tough.
Make sure he finishes
Oh.
because he's not, especially on a renovation, it's always tough.
And to get them back again, you let them leave the first
Yeah,
time.
and then we had quotes from local contractors that were willing to do the work, and then they backed off, right? So it's been a challenge, really a challenge.
And part of it was we didn't have everything in order and they didn't have a straightforward project to take on. So
and I get it. There's a lot of reasons why we got to this point, and one of the big ones that staff glossed over was the absence of any as-built or rhyme or reason to the
Water lines?
previous plans, whether they be water lines without tracer wire or et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of reasons how we got to this. I'm just laying out what my expectations are moving forward, that we've learned our lessons and
Even the as-built, as in the Erskine's as-built didn't go out to exactly the way they were supposed to. Sometimes they aren't always what they are, but we're all good. I think we can move forward.
No, but I got a question on this. From a communication basis, we sit through public meetings. 3, 4 public meetings on this? The last people heard in the public meetings was that there would be underground pipe where we're gonna put rocks or whatever in now. How do we convey that out so that,
Once we have the design and we know the direction we're going to go, we hold a public meeting.
okay, because that could be, our next outcry from some of the landowners. I had discussions with one already saying that I thought it wouldn't be underground piping, that it would be, because that's when it was stated it wasn't going to be, and I thought we were moving forward, so. We need, but it's just one of those things that when we communicate and we agree with people, they mark drawings and we bring a final, what we thought was a final at that point back to them, and then we do something totally different. I think we need to make sure that we've conveyed that out.
And if I may, brief Clark, what we intend to do, and myself and Justin Kaesler, is that the fact is we want something that we're going to be firm with going forward and then get out and have it relayed to both council and the community. And we want to get moving forward on a project. We understand fully the pressures that are felt when things like this are, the visual is that it's going on and on and on. However, there have been definitely some setbacks, but we are firm in the task of getting it taken care of and moving forward.
When our director of public works is very familiar with these areas where this water's supposed to run, so I think we need to have a discussion where that water runs and because it does run north and then northwest. You have a little bit go east, but we're gonna have to do a lot of contouring if we want that water to go over to the creek to the east.
Well, we were hoping that once we get that detailed design that we could call the
Which I
and area counselor in plus operations and go through it.
which I don't have an issue where the water runs through. It's just we got to get it so water can, hopefully we get a snowfall that we require it again, so.
That way you can know where the water's supposed to go.
Yeah. But having seen it in the past, I know where the water goes. So, okay. So Councilor Stillberg, you had a motion on the table?
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember what it was?
I do. I moved to accept for information.
Been quicker.
I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. 9.2, re-memo culvert installations, page 40.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is installation of culverts. This request has been brought forward by Councillor Gender. And this is to install culverts to facilitate the movement of lagoons from one of the colonies out to their fields. So I don't know, Councillor Gender, if you want to comment on it first, or Greg, if you have something that you want to comment on. I definitely have comments regarding the integrity of our roadbed and if this is a cost that the county of Stettler incurs, or if this is a cost of doing business for the colony. Those are all questions that council needs to consider.
Councilor Gender?
We look at the one, okay, what the Gatsby colony is looking at doing, instead of hauling the manure, they're piping it. And they're piping it right now to about 5 miles east of the colony. So in order to do that, they need some access, either over roads, under roads, but they do need some access. So the one in the bottom left-hand corner, that's where the situation arose, say like with no, I believe it was at the last council meeting. Anyway, like with that one there, it's a very low grade. And if you put a culvert in there, it's going to have to be either built up. It's going to have to be built up with additional material on top of there. The colony does have material around there that the county can utilize in order to build that approach over that. The one over in the right-hand corner to the north, it goes across a decent graded road. And that one can also be open cut, because these are roads that are not utilized too much in the area. And yes, they will sag. There would be problems on readjusting them, say like in time, because you're not going to be able to get out with a jumping jack and pack these in to the greatest. But the one that is of concern is say like the one on the east that does cross the Bymore Road. That one there is an existing culvert in there that is substantial for the water that needs to be required, say like from the county. It is too small a culvert. It's only about a 15-inch culvert. They require a minimum of 16-inch ID pipe in order to be able to put their lines through that they can continue on with this. That one there, like I talked with one of the guys the last night and I said, okay, like with this here, I would suggest it be directional drilled. The White Sands colony had put one in, I'll say about 3-4 years ago, crossing 39-2. They directional drilled in a pipe. I believe the county had given them permission to do it, and they steel cased it in order to be able to do it. I'm not really sure what the costs were there, whether the colony picked up the whole tap or whether the county assists. I do not know those facts. So this one here, I'll only suggest on whether that we work with the Gatsby colony, but I would suggest, okay, do a directional drill on it, steel case it with a minimum of 16-inch diameter ID, and then whether we cost share it, whether they pick up the whole cost, that's up for debate.
There is alternatives though too. I think it was Councilor Stevens sent an alternative of bridges that they use, and probably not on it could be on the Bymore Road too, but that the colony might purchase these bridges that would be in cooperation with the county to put them on. They're very low profile bridge, very well marked, and flow diameter wouldn't be restricted because basically the surface flow area in them would make up for that and then taper back to whatever size line there. You know, when we looked at that road closure before, I had never seen anything like this. He forwarded, I don't know if it was to all of council or.
Yeah, I think so.
And regardless, that's an option you could look at for these ones we're concerned about culverts. It would be something every year when they go to do this, it would have to be installed and taken out. Or if it was what we deemed as a machinery road, they'd have to work around that and it would look, it's almost like driving onto a bridge. They would be, what, 8 inches?
They're actually shorter than that. Yeah. There's a few different styles and sizes that you can get. They're normally only about a 4 to 5 inch lift, ramp coming down on both sides. I mean, there's pros and cons to everything. It maintains the integrity of the road. The one caveat with these are your wider loads are now restricted during when this is in place. I would think it may make sense for ASB to add this to our rental fleet, and then we have options moving forward. Trying to get multiple colonies and multiple different groups to purchase this equipment. If it's becoming more and more requests, I think it may make sense for this to be part of our rental fleet. I don't like digging up our roads. If we don't require a culvert, because when we dig that up, we're going to be fixing it up the next spring.
Well,
And I don't like the idea of adding culverts to run flexible hoses through. I think what Councillor Gender is suggesting, where a steel conduit makes far more sense for that purpose. I mean, yes, culverts can work, but there's a number of sharp edges. Like it by design, it's not the most user-friendly product. So I don't think culverts are the solution in a perfect world. And I don't think it's necessarily our responsibility to pay for the culverts or someone else. I mean, when you get into a confined feed operation, this is one of your requirements that's laid out in the NRCB. They've known about this requirement for decades. I don't see why this is now our problem. I'm willing to work with them. I think we can help them and give them permission for solutions, but I don't think it's on us to cover the cost for it.
Thank you, Clerk. I think what we're seeing here is application technology for manure handling systems has changed over the past years. What we're seeing is more and more of systems are including a direct pump system to incorporate directly into the soil. So these guys are setting up these large lines going directly to the field and plumbing them right in and direct application into the soil. So we are going to see, I believe in my observance, is that we're going to see more of these applications all the time. So whatever decision council does determine is appropriate, we will be probably needing something of that nature that's going to be going forward and taking care of future applications by others that are going to be looking for the same alternatives.
So, Mr. Chair, I agree with Mr. Stevens. I mean, this idea of us putting the culverts in, I'm not keen on. Number one, I think if you want these culverts not for use of the road integrity or water movage, I think that's on you. And I think if the Gadsby colony wanted to make that application to us, that would be something that we could look at and they would pay the cost to do that. I'm intrigued with the idea of this overland bridge type deal. I might be talking a little bit without knowledge on this one, but I am assuming that you could already rent these. I think they're a situation that they're available for rent through the oil patch in some way, shape, or form. So I'm not necessarily sure that we would get into this. I don't know what the cost on a go-forward basis would be. And what if, again, and it goes to both applications, whether they put in permanent culverts or put in we buy these overland, I don't know what you would call it, piping overland bridges, whatever you would call them. Do we buy them and then they get used once and that's the end of it? Or do we have a number of these applications come forward? There's a lot more to this than I think there should be a little bit more discussion around information.
Yes, the Overland Bridge came up one other time, and I did mention it to Quentin, and he said, the only thing is they're extremely heavy for loading. You know, we'd have to have people trained at the shop for forklift operations or however you would load those. So that was his only comment. They are heavy to handle
Typically a winch on.
or whatever, however you.
Big picker.
Yeah, so-
Even our knuckle pickers could handle
Oh, you on your trucks?
them. Well, even like I think we have one on, say, the sign truck. I think it has. That one would do it. I mean, when they're empty, it's not a high pressure system, so it is reasonably thin.
And go ahead, Gregory.
Yes, just as my last comment in regards to when we're dealing with this, of course, this little road bed disruption is the best in the fact that if we're doing open cuts, we won't just see that for one more year. We'll see that added maintenance going forward for multiple years after that open cut to put in anything in order to service these pipes that are going through. So that is an added cost that would have to be acknowledged going forward, just to ensure that we are maintaining that road and getting it back in service that we feel fit. So, and then my only other concern, and I'd have to yield maybe to Andrew a little more so on this, on the liability aspect of the overland bridges, what added signage would need to be put up, placed multiple distances previous to and afterwards, so that we're ensuring that all traffic traveling these roads are going to have the proper notification that there is something that's changed in that. That would be other things that we'd have to also keep in mind when we're going forward on that application.
Yeah, and in that case, the portable piping road crossings are a better solution than what we do now, as far as liability goes, right? Because currently we effectively grant a road closure, which has to be quite extensively signed so that somebody doesn't ignore it and run into a 12-inch pipe running across the road. So yeah, this solution, particularly if you can get like a 24-foot wide one to cover our 7-meter road tops. Yeah, ideal, absolutely. But they're heavy. They're 4,000, 5,000 pounds.
Councilor Nyberg?
So I'd just like to know from the engineering person from, where was it, Prince George? If she thinks that we could use these overland deals to get rid of the Red Willow Lagoon water.
I just was going to make a comment on that before I let Greg, give Gregory the chair, but the County Nehill has no sewer problems. Well, they do in all the villages, but basically that has been pumped out for frack water out of every one of their lagoons. Some they're pumping, I believe they said 40 kilometers.
Wow. And then they treat that.
Well,
They've got activity, we don't.
They're in, I believe it's Acme, they're going to move to Acme next. So that solution is very good for them, but yeah,
We need more oil activity.
we need more oil activity and it will improve our sanitary waste activity. But it is, they do have a lot of oil activity north of Three Hills too. So I think Trollshoe and those ones would have been up there, but with the reduction of fresh water for fracking, then this is an alternative. So I imagine it would be the oil companies that be renting all this equipment, but they would maybe have some knowledge on these bridges and stuff from a perspective of what they allow on their roads and stuff. So it would be an option. Councilor Gender, pardon me.
Were you gonna comment?
No, it muttered it. It just,
I just find
it's one end of the table to the other.
that this is gonna be a one-time application for these, like, it's gonna be in, that colony is gonna be around as long as what the county's going to be. If we can adhere to the further request, I believe that we're gonna be further ahead with this. And say like with the culverts, whether we supply the 2 culverts or with the open cut road and let them do the north-south road at their expense, I've got no problem with that.
Councilor Stevens? No, okay. I'll voice my opinion at the table and I don't believe that. I believe this is strictly for their operation and any cost bared by them or any direction from us is followed in order to get it pumped. Because the big commercial operators are really affecting our roads overall and it's something we've had discussions on in the past for manure hauling to.
Say that again, sorry, Mr. Clark.
I do believe that the cost should be borne by the person that's applying.
Oh, yeah.
And we can't, these open cuts, we all know that, we sit at this table, we all know if we do open cuts, and just next year won't be the only year we're back there, it'll be 2 or 3, and it'll be the big rain that you have, that the culvert gets soft or washes out, or.
And the maintenance down the road, I agree.
I'm comfortable approving the crossings, provided that Public Works is comfortable that it's not going to create drainage issues, but at a cost recovery basis. I just don't want to foot the bill for this one.
I do like the road bridge or directional drilling options best, with the county choosing what they could use on a particular road. Because for the Weimar Road, for instance, I really wouldn't want to see the bridge, maybe if that's big traffic has to go through there. So I prefer that one drilled. But smaller roads, I think the bridges would be perfect.
Councilor Genders listed his opinion. We need a motion. Councilor Brewer?
He made a motion to open cut to and.
I don't know if it was a motion as much as his recommendation, so.
It was more of a recommendation.
Because I'd like to see them all bored, because once we get the boring machine there, bore them all, then you don't have to go back, it's not gonna have a dip, and I realize what those roads are, I've been on them before. But then you don't have no problems, no expense to the county.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm hearing from council right now is we're okay with approving this as long as it's not open cut and it is cost bared by the producer.
And no road closures other than for the time it may be to do the construction.
And so, Mr. Chairman, also I'm hearing that maybe we would have some investigation into these overland bridge. Again, the information that I think I did see that.
It's quite some time ago.
Yeah.
Councilor Bender?
On the one to the very far west, there isn't enough grade in order to drill it. It'll hardly be 16 inches, it won't even cover the top of the pipe. The second one is maybe half a diameter of the pipe again. So the possibilities of boring it are about next to nil. By the time you pull your plug back to clean your hole, you're gonna be busting the road out.
Well, they can put boreholes on both sides and make it so that they got connections, Councilor Gender, the same as you have to do in construction.
By the time you pull your reamer through, you should be busting through the top of the road.
Not if you go deep enough.
Then if you go deep, then it's gonna collect the water, then you're gonna have chances of freezing.
That's the whole risk with that. But that if it's boring or road's not doing damages to us, they'd have to come up with an engineered crossing agreement.
They could plug them.
Theo Costi.
So wondering if council's motion, if we enter into an agreement with the colony where they would be responsible for any of our costs, which include engineering, like is that the best spot? What would it do to our road integrity? If any costs of boring or open cut and then ongoing maintenance for X number of years, I think that all has to be included in that agreement so that it's fair to every ratepayer in the county of Stettler.
And what about an option with this? Maybe the colony would buy these units as part of their operation, right? I don't know. These overland bridges might be, I mean, if you're pumping this stuff regularly anyways, maybe this is just something that they should have part of their operation. I don't know. I don't know how expensive these things are.
And it also allows them, in order to be able to, like, this is where they want it now.
Yeah.
Well, what's going to come to us next year? When they're spreading someplace else, we're going to have more requests. Those bridges are movable and removable, that they can be stockpiled. And if they thought they had to cross 3 roads, if they had them sitting in their yard, or if we did it through a rental piece, but I would prefer that they have it and get, basically a road agreement in order to place them in place. And then we're there for a certain period of time and they're removed. And any damage that's done to that road, which there shouldn't be much, but if we had to have graders over it, that's could be borne by them also. Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Gender.
I'm wondering if we need to give administration a bit of latitude we instructed them to negotiate a crossing agreement with the colony. That crossing agreement could be the bridge as a temporary solution, the pipe, and to Councillor Gender's point, if it's too shallow and they want to pay to build up that road in that section to get cover, so be it. The integrity of our road is covered, and it gives some latitude to administration. We've given the parameters. We don't want to dig up our roads. We don't want to close our roads, and we don't want to cover the cost for someone's private interest. But I think giving them a bit of latitude under those parameters may make sense. Andrew?
I was just going to say, with the sort of the direction that council's conversation has been going, you're not describing something unique or novel anymore. We're effectively just describing the same policy work we have in place for a natural gas pipeline across our road, right? So if you're following the same, if you're making them bore it, you're making them get to a specified depth, or you're allowing for temporary overland crossings, subject to certain conditions which allow traffic to pass, all of those are contemplated by both the existing and draft utility crossing policy that we have in place now.
Councillor Gender had his hand up, and Councillor Nyman.
I'll just make a motion that we direct administration through Public Works to go down and have a conversation with the village of Gadsby so that they have a very clear picture of what's really going on here.
You want to clarify that's the Gadsby colony, not the building Gadsby? They could have it back.
But Mr. Chairman, I'm leaning more towards Mr. Stevens' motion. Right now, Mr. Gender, I think where you're at in that, in your motion basically just tells them to have the conversation. I think we need to instruct administration to deal with this, or else your motion is they're going to come back, they're going to go talk to Gadsby, they're going to come back to council, and then they're going to go. I think we give the latitude to administration, like Mr. Stevens has said. Here's your three options you've got. You basically, what Andrew said, same with the pipeline. You either bore it, you figure out how you're going to do it with an overland bridge, and you get you're not open cut. That's pretty much the three things that we've come up with. So. Your motion basically tells them to go talk to them.
Which next thing we have is on our road closure that we haven't approved. Yeah, it'll be the same thing we get back to again.
Like Greg has listened to the whole conversation here. He can take on every option that we have here, and he can
that's our clear direction and our motions also.
Let's make a clear direction for administrations, so they're not. I hate ambiguity to them to say, listen, it's easy for me to say, for them to have a direction to go forward.
From a friendly amendment basis, you could add that to your motion, and we could go forward with that too. And then they've got clear direction from us. And if the colony won't agree to that, I guess they figure out a different way.
What were the three things, Mr. Stevens?
Well, if staff is going to approve a crossing, there's a number of options. You can build it up to get cover. I mean, this is just improving our road at that. You can bore it. You can get pipe through that way. Once again, this happens every day in every county. The third is you could go with a temporary measure with these overland bridges, which would be a crossing agreement once again. And that's where staff could put in the conditions for signage and et cetera to make sure they were happy safety wise. But all three is just a crossing agreement. So we're at their expense.
That's the one I was missing. Sorry. Yeah.
And I think it can be very scaled down where we instruct administration to enter into a crossing agreement with the colony, and staff is well aware of our parameters that we want them to work within.
Just like everybody else.
Councilor Jenner?
And then I'd add one more to that, and if they do open cut it, that they are responsible for that maintenance on there for a number of years.
We've sat here and said there's no open cutting.
I will vote against the open cut. I'm sorry. I'm not going down that.
We cannot make that decision. That'll be up to Public Works in order to make that decision.
We absolutely can make that decision at the table.
We can, but I'd like to see, Public Works response back.
Okay, well, let's have the motion then, let's have the vote, because I'm not voting for open cut. If it's part of your motion, I'm voting against it.
Okay, it depends on what the situation.
I'll
Read the motion I have for Mr. Stevens, just so you guys know what you're currently voting. Okay, moved by Councillor Stevens that council instructs administration to negotiate a crossing agreement with the Gadsby Colony regarding measures for transporting materials across the county of Stettler right of ways. Specifics, I'm not going to add in there because your administration is aware. And that way we don't get into the nitty gritty.
You said so. Sounds good.
And if it does come back as open cut, Director of Public Works, they.
Short career.
If I could, brief Clark through to Councillor Gender. We have our concerns with open cut. It is an option. However, it muddies the water, so to speak, in regards to the costs borne by the county on an ongoing basis to maintain that road structure then. So then it basically takes it past the point of the initial costs of just the installation. And now we're trying to track, and we're spending more time tracking costs, maintenance, materials going forward. So it just somewhat adds a degree of difficulty in order to give the colony or any other prospective applicant an idea of what the cost would be going that direction. Personally, my feel would be is the three easiest proposals would be the three that we have on the table here, either an overland bridge, boring, or, sorry, I have a road buildup, which, I mean, at that point in time, again, is going to be an extreme cost. So I think in all, for in time sensitive areas and when these guys want to get basically moving and moving product, I think an overland bridge or a bore is our best options to give them to, I guess, make sure that everyone's in understanding of what's going to be happening going forward and make it clear and concise.
You're going to put a sign by there that open cut. This open cut brought to you by Ernie Gender. When you're not on council, they will be phoning you because I'll redo that sign every time.
Bring it on.
It's not, I think we've made that quite clear, so.
As well, I would like to add as well, these locations crossings were proposed by the applicant. I think just as the same goes with approaches or water hookups, et cetera, throughout the county. I mean, this has been submitted to us. I do believe that we would need to go out on site and definitely do a better visual and do some background on the area and sure if there's a better spot that we could pick to go, I think that's something that would have to be weighed in as well as an alternative. So definitely, I think there will be some legwork between staff and the applicant in this regard. But overall, I believe we can come to some sort of a solution that is best for both parties.
So just a point of order, Mr. Gender made the motion originally and we untabled it, correct? And Mr. Stevens then did the
You
clarification.
untable it?
We'll untable it.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table from Mr.
From Ms. Stevens, yeah.
That we've had much discussion recorded here, so I'm sure we know where we're at. Call the question, all in favor? And we have a public hearing at 1 o'clock, so I think we'll recess. Yeah. Be back 1 o'clock sharp for. Our next
Yeah, next week I will be,
topic is our public hearing, 4.1 bylaw 1724-24, amendment to the land use bylaw. So I will now declare the public meeting open as of 1:02. I would ask administration read into the record for counselors and staff attending the meeting. No, I guess we don't, do we have anybody called in?
Not yet, no, but typically I would read in the advertisement for you. Yeah. As advertised in the Stettler Independent and online, a notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 is proposing to amend bylaw 1433-10 as follows. Rezone 10.92 acres, 4.44 hectares of Lot 2, Block 1, Plan 102-0711, located within the Southwest 323519 west of the 4th, from the Country Residence Agricultural District to the Agricultural District as shown in the attached diagram. The intent of the amendment is to rezone Lot 2, Block 1, Plan 102-0711, located within the Southwest 323519 west of the 4th meridian, where a subdivision has been applied for. Subdivision is proposing to add 2.3 acres of the Southwest 323519 to Lot 2, Block 1, Plan 102-0711 to create a larger parcel of 13.2 acres. Rezoning will allow the entire 13.2 acre parcel to have the same zoning, which will be the agricultural. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County of Stettler Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. The public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1724-24 is scheduled to be held today, Wednesday, August 14th, 2024 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in the council chambers at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2L0, or by email to cteal@stetlercounty.ca by August 5th, 2024, or make representation at the public hearing. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. People or persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaw. Should you require additional information, please contact Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441.
Thank you, Andrew. The rules of conduct that will be followed during any public hearing is written submission shall be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants. Sorry. There will be no, can you hear that now? Okay. There will be no debating between participants and presenters allowed. And any questions from the floor shall be directed through the chair. Do we have any written submissions?
Clark, we do not have any additional written submissions.
Either in opposition or support?
Either opposed or support.
Okay. And we have no verbal presentations if we have nobody called in, and
Nobody has called into the line, and no members of the public are present in the gallery.
is there any other things that need to be added to this?
Nothing from my perspective, Reeve Clark.
Great. Is there any questions from council? No questions from council. Well, this is going to be almost record. The public portion of the public hearing is closed at 1:06. Okay. And then we go into our bylaws. So shall we just run right to 10.3?
We can do them in order, make it easier on the iPad.
Okay, bylaw 1711-23 road closure bylaw for second and third readings, page 41 of the package.
This one would be Sharon's road closure bylaw.
upon receiving the Minister of Transportation's approval for bylaw 1711-23, we've brought it back for the second and third reading to be able to finalize the road closure. And in this, what it's doing is it's creating 4 separate parcels that will eventually, 4 separate parcels that will go into the county's name. 3 of them will be consolidated eventually with the adjacent landowner, and it was to incorporate existing encroachments on the road structure.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, I mean, did we send in a different form where it's Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors? Typically that is all, the signature's different there. I'm just wondering why, what's the difference? Is this on page 43? It says the approval is valid for 15 months.
Yeah, so it appears it wasn't actually signed by the minister. A delegate signed it on their behalf, and then they updated their title based on the title of the week for that department.
So in 23, it wasn't economic corridors, but in 24, it was. Okay, and so approval is for 15 months. Is it approval of the
We have to
minister's signature for 15 months?
No, we have to move on the bylaw. Like, we have to close the road and get it amalgamated into the extra lots or create the additional lots. If we don't do it within the 15 months, then we would have to go back again.
I see, okay, okay.
They don't want sort of orphan bylaws hanging around that are national, because that can cause problems in the future.
Okay.
And we've been through this, well, like when it first came up again, I questioned, I thought we'd approved everything already at one point, but then it had to go back for the signature.
We missed the deadline. We didn't get a signature from Alberta Transportation. They're only valid for 2 years. We had to go back.
So this is 15 months now, so, okay. Okay.
I just wondered, yeah, what our time was.
Any other questions? Councillor Stevens?
I'll move second reading.
Call the question, all in favor?
And I'll give you a third reading, Mr. Chairman.
No other questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Bylaw 10.2, bylaw 1722-24, closure of portion of Bayview Street for second and third readings, page 45 of the package.
Yeah, Craig's closure. Thank you very much, Reeve Clark. So this bylaw closure has been given first reading. We've had a public hearing at the June council meeting, and it's subsequently been sent up to the minister for their approval, and they recently sent it back to us. So now it's before council for consideration of second and third reading. The intent of the bylaw is to give us a solid legal foundation for managing the seasonal gate closure along Bayview. I think last time I presented this to council, I had indicated there was one utility company we had not heard back from, Apex Gas. So they definitely have been in contact, and they've provided us the necessary easement to register with the bylaw at land titles if council grants a second and third reading to the bylaw.
Any questions on that? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, so this is a temporary gate. Can we open and close the gate as we please if we close this road?
Reeve Clark, that is correct. That's the intent of doing the road closure, is to give us a more solid legal footing on how we choose to manage that traffic control device, which was the gate in essence.
Okay, so if somebody was to get hurt on a closed road, is there a liability issue for us?
There's almost never not a liability issue. Either way.
Okay, and the only reason I'm asking is it was brought up to me with the construction that is going forward on 835. There was a number of people asking me if that gate would be available to be open because of the traffic. The irony that that brings up is it came from people that were in the original camp of asking for it to be closed. So I'm just wondering what our stance, would it be better for us to postpone this till the end of September?
I don't think you would have any tangible benefit to postponing it. Liability wise, it's going to be the same effectively either way. It's still a path we've made available for public transit, whether that be a highway through a road plan or what would now be considered a private road. Liability wise through the Traffic Safety Act, they're considered pretty well identical.
Okay, so we will maintain this road still?
Yeah.
And is there any time limit of the closure, or let's say we want to bring this road back into full use, what do we do?
So, Ruth Clark, I'll field that one. Basically, we end up engaging a surveyor to create a road plan, sending a letter to anyone within 40 meters and submitting it to land titles.
Okay. Which we already have a road plan. No, because this was surveyed a long time.
We'd have to redo a 30 meter box and submit that.
Which is a lot easier to open a road than to close a road.
Okay.
This was brought up at one of our fire meetings with that gate in place. What happens in a case of an emergency? And we were under the understanding, and I'm under the understanding, there is access to it. So it's impeding us a bit, but it's not a full closure. It's still movable, that gate. Or for opening and closing for emergency purposes.
Reeve Clark, certainly is. We're right now using a combination lock, and users such as emergency response, RCMP, ambulance, fire have the ability to use the combination code to open the gate if need be. Worst case, bolt cutters will make short work of our lock. Just to circle back a little bit to the previous question, our game plan at this stage is to lock the gate in an open position just after the Labor Day long weekend, which I think is September 5th. September 5th. Second or?
Just September 2nd.
Construction's done.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Highway 835 construction. I'm assuming they're moving from Erskine northwards, and we're not sure about the pace. So that may influence our timing on the gate.
Councilor Stevens?
I am hesitant to muddy the waters. I understand the request, but I don't know how we can do so and still comply with the LPRT ruling. I'll finish. So if we delay this for a month, I don't understand how we can comply with the LPRT ruling and kick this can down the road. And if the response is, don't worry, it'll take longer than a month to take us to court, I don't think that matches the intent of the ruling. So I will move second reading, but I'm sure there will be more discussion to be had.
Councilor
No,
Nyberg?
I know that Mr. Stevens and I have definitely had the conversation on this one before. But I mean, I can't help but feel the irony of this. We're going to close the road, we're going to put up a gate, but then we're just going to open the gate anyway. So I'm not sure really, it's just, I can't help but being the mouse chasing the wheel or chasing the cheese on the wheel. That's all this is this is just an effort to show that we're doing something, not really doing it because we've opened the gate anyways. So I don't know. I get the intent, I understand it. I just don't know. It makes a lot of sense to me, but.
I would just point out to keep in mind there's almost two very separate closures here. There's the physical and there's the legal. Having the legal closure does remove any ambiguity in the physical closure. Of course, the argument being that a closed gate in the middle of a road that you can access by both sides isn't necessarily, no portion of that road is actually closed. However, this removes that ambiguity and gives us the flexibility that when it is closed, there's no argument there. And in fact, we could have larger portions of it rather than being effectively one-dimensional line of closure. It can take up an area of closure.
And I get that, but Mr. Stevens is saying, you know, that there's a situation of fulfilling the intent of the LPRT, and I get it, but we're not really filling the intent because we're leaving the gate open anyways. But I digress. It's not a hill that I'm going to die or a gate that I'm going to worry about because it's not as big an issue for me as it is for Mr. Stevens.
The intent though was to have it closed through the operation of the full operation of the RV site. Okay.
But unfortunately, what we did not see in our crystal ball was the construction of 835. And I mean, there is that portion, okay, if we're going to say that it's closed and we leave it locked and those people that are in Roshan Sands and Buffalo View Estates have to go through the construction. I don't think that's fair and it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it should be open, but on the same token, this is what they've asked for. So I don't know. I am tough on that one.
Mr. Stevens?
I don't disagree, and I think the factor that we didn't know in advance was the default soft start by the resort in question. Thanks, I presume, to a slower than anticipated sales. I don't think the traffic volume is as high this year as what it will be in the future. So is the negatives all that bad right now if we'll kept it during the highway construction? No, compared to their traffic assessment, it isn't that huge of a negative. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that in all too many areas, if we don't follow a decision as accurately as possible, I think that someone may file an appeal. Yeah, there's going to be appeals filed no matter what we decide. And this resort started out that way. No matter what way we voted, everyone here anticipated appeals. And I want to get off that hamster wheel as quick as possible. Will some people be inconvenienced potentially for a month? Yeah. I mean, the fact that we are moving forward instead of looking backwards, I'm all right with an inconvenience for a month.
So you're saying that it should be shut, the gate should be locked till the end of September?
I think we should match the intent of the LPRT.
It was a September-long weekend, was it not? Which is coming up in 2 weeks.
Did we not, I thought it was longer past the September long.
We've talked the long, wasn't it?
The LPRT decision does not specify how to operate the gate. It specifies the existence of the gate. And the only thing it speaks to timing is until an alternative paved route is provided. So it does give us the flexibility to manage it on a seasonal basis linked to the use that's causing the traffic, which is also going to be during a peak seasonal basis. So we are still proposing to, given the soft start, given the fact that 835, once they get north of 40-2, we'll start doing the same job as our gate to open it after the long weekend and see how it goes. Next year, the game plan may be different as we experience a little bit, which is also why we haven't heavily invested in the most attractive. It's functional, it does a job. It's a rudimentary gate that we put up on purpose so we can gain some more experience with this.
Any other questions, Councilor Gender?
And that anyone's going to be inconvenienced from the four-way stop up to Roshan Sands. Other than that, there are other alternatives. And if you have to go through a construction site at that time, let them go through the construction site.
We have winter and construction season in Alberta.
Hopefully it's done sooner than that. But. Do we have a motion, don't we?
We have second, move second reading on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover opposed.
Third reading.
Under third reading, any other comments here? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Counselor Nyberg and Counselor Gender, or Counselor Nyberg and Counselor Grover, both, everyone else approved. Gotta quit looking, this is a different angle looking at you. You're getting called everybody. You're getting done. I'm not favoring one.
We all look the same, maybe.
Okay, so that's passed. 10.3 bylaw 1724-24, amendment to the land use bylaw for second and third readings, page 51.
And that will be Craig as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no, this is Craig. Sorry. We're still at the land use bylaw.
Interesting how this could go.
Which,
I agree, Clark. I realize it's not the most exciting bylaw going, but housekeeping in terms of expanding the parcel, making sure we use a single land use designation to govern future development on the parcel is generally the gist of the entire reason for the proposed amendment. Staff do support and recommend second to third reading of the bylaw.
Second reading.
Counselor Stillberg, questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Counselor Grover? Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Okay, now 10.4 bylaw 1727-24 fee bylaw for first, second, and third readings. Possibly
this one I'll give to Sharon.
page 56, Mr. Chair.
I brought this fee bylaw back, wanting to recognize some changes according to, or with some of the stuff in the Municipal Government Act. We're wanting to include additional fees in the bylaw to represent requests for assessment information under section 29, 299, and 300 of the Act. And I'd like to clarify what was in the package. The section 299 is basically a request from asking the municipality showing how the municipal assessor has prepared the assessments for a person's property. And if we have lots of properties under that particular person, it could come into a lot of work and that is why we're looking at adding a fee to the fees bylaw. Section 30 is where an assessed person may ask the municipality to see or receive a summary of the most recent assessment of any assessed property within the municipality. So someone could come in and ask for the whole assessment roll if they wanted. And the work that would have to go into it is considerable. So this is why we brought the fees bylaw back to add in the fee for resident and multifamily properties is $60 per parcel, and non-residential properties is $125 per parcel for both sections.
Any questions? Counselor Stevens?
This added fee, is this common amongst other municipalities?
Yes, it is.
We weren't charging one, so we were being abnormal.
Yes, we were certainly in the minority. This would align us with most.
And very ballpark thumbnail, how many of these requests would we getting? Are we talking dozens?
Currently right now, it's been several years since we've had one, but there's the potential of getting one that would be from multi-properties, and the cost that staff or administration would have to go put into it would be considerable time.
I just wanted to add for some additional context. So when you want records from the county, if it's not something that's typical, it's generally a FOIP request, right? Which does have fees associated even for the application. So This kind of mirrors that process. However, it's interesting because sections 299 and section 300 of the MGA, those requests are explicitly excluded from the application of the FOIP Act. So this request for this information is outside of the same terms of the FOIP Act. So we couldn't just say, well, you want that kind of information, make a FOIP request for it, because it's exclusive. This stands alone, despite the FOIP Act.
Also too, on time wise, this would be quicker than a FOIP application also.
It's mostly for research on appeals, things like that.
Councilor Jenner?
And these fees are in line with anyone else, and they will definitely cover our staff time.
I've checked into a few different fees. I know the city of Red Deer is very close to the same fees. So there have been other municipalities that have put this into place.
Thank you, Sharon.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'll move first reading.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. Councilor McKay?
I'll move second reading.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor?
Consider third.
Call the question, all in favor? Third reading. Councilor Snyder? Third reading. Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Craig. Okay, back to agenda items 9.3. Councilor Grover wanted to talk about Health Foundation and Dr. Recruitment.
Doctor recruitment first and the Health Foundation. Doctor recruitment's in a real mess. The last 4 to 5 times, the town hasn't put their share of the money in. It's 22.5. You should bring it up to 50,000, and that's to help young doctors when they come out of school. They don't have any money. It helps get them established. What else? Oh yeah, heard more than that. Yeah, so I was asked to step off of the doctor recruitment, and I'm fine with that. I've been there for recruited every doctor there is except Lockhat, but that formula for that has to change. It has to go back to county and back to the town doing the doctor recruitment, and the chief of staff would have to come to the meetings, and so would the recruiter from AHS that hasn't been there for a year. And if that's what the board wants, is me to step off it, I have no problem with that. The only thing I request that Larry Clark be the sole person on it till October, till we shuffle the cards and reassign committees. Okay. 9.2 and 9.4 is
all under 9.3 actually. So.
Okay.
No, were you on the Health Foundation too, you were going to say? Or?
Well, I'll go on Health Foundation, but I thought it was 9.4.
It's still under
No
9.4.
problem. Yeah, I've been asked to step off of it too, and I'm actually good with that. Some of the fundraising, like the Festival of Lights, me and my wife have been on it way before I was ever on the board. And it goes to a good cause. I think a lot of times that AHS should be buying more of the equipment, and I'm very vocal about that. And, some of the spending there, well, I'll go for one there that, the atrium there could have been fixed for a lot less than $250,000. And people go there, they took the water out because it would cost more to keep it up, but it's very soothing, water is. That's why the native people went and they stayed by the river. But I don't know. I think it's maybe somebody, there's a second person that's in line that was nominated at our last meeting, and they will be the member. I got 2 things. They will be the next member that will be on that board. They just step up. Way to go. I think that board needs a shuffling or needs something, I don't know. But I think they're gonna go from 50,000 to 100 for 2 years, interest-free, which is a good thing. Yeah, doctor recruitment, and I think that's a great thing, and I have no problem with stepping off that. If they don't want me there, I don't have to be there. We got lots of good counselors to put on there. But the one that should be is Larry should be on that doctor recruitment, and whoever is the second should be the one stepping on to the Health Foundation.
Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion that we accept Mr. Grover's resignation from the Doctor Recruitment and the Health Foundation Board. And next month, we'll bring back some sort of decision of what we want to do after we get a little bit of administration, maybe do some thoughts and research of where we're at on that. Does that work for you, Mr. Grover?
Works for me.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
Councilor Gender?
In the meantime, if there's going to be a meeting coming up, should there not be someone stepping in?
That's just Larry's ex officio to everything anyways, so. And then, as far as the alternates, we'll have to look up alternates on both those.
Yeah, there's an alternate. I have never looked at my sheet.
I feel pretty comfortable.
Whoever it is.
Given the current climate with doctor recruitment, that Larry won't be missing many of those. So I don't think the alternate's going to be much of an issue.
But I do believe we gotta get rid of, and you have to have just the 2 ones that are all putting the money, and sorry about that, Larry, can I talk?
Yes, go ahead.
You have to get back to having the people that are putting the dollars out there doing and making the decisions, not somebody that just happens to show up at the meeting. I think that I don't know if, I think that either should be held in this building or in the town office, and it should be them and the chief of staff. I was a little disappointed in him. I wish he would come to the meetings. He's been asked, and we just got to work together as a team. And the doctor, Stettler needs doctors is great. It makes it so that the area realizes that you need doctors, but really somebody coming out of school 7 years with a lot of debt, they're not probably going to drive out to Stettler. At least, and what it is, it's sort of like a pep rally. It worked out pretty good. It got a lot of people knowing what's going on and getting them out. That's the main thing. And at the end of the day, all I want to see is full bunch of doctors here and stuff like that. But rural Alberta, if you don't have doctors, what it does, it depopulates the area. What will happen, and I don't think anybody sitting at this table wants that or should expect that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Grover, yes, we do have a partnership with the town of Stettler now, just for on clarity, and it is 50,000 between.
Now they're back on side.
Back on side now.
They were off for
they were
5, and that caused a big problem.
It's just I wanted to
Didn't get money.
We have had those conversations. We've made announcements that we are there, so I just want to clarify that we are there. We have a motion on the table from Councilor Nyberg. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Reports. Our 11.1 Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 70 of the package. Are there any questions on that? Councilor Gender. Sorry. The tone to that voice.
It's like that's your dad voice when somebody made a mistake.
Got everyone's attention. I'm wondering, how is the negotiations going on with the ambulance? I know it's been ongoing.
They've been eerily quiet. I actually asked Justin this morning if he had received any email that Andrew and I didn't know about from AHS or Alberta Health, and he has received nothing. So I am kind of questioning what's happening. I think next week maybe I'll reach out to AHS and see if they want to start the process up. Or they could be waiting for everyone to get off of holidays and then come back with a frantic mandate in September.
Go ahead, Stevens. I fully support reaching out to them. I think the longer they leave this, the less options we have. I'm not convinced this isn't a tactic. So the sooner we could sit back down, the better.
We are 47 days away from that contract expiring.
Getting threatened with another, hopefully not getting threatened with.
We haven't had any overly aggressive negotiating tactics recently.
Since Minister LaGrange's representative sat in, the tone seems to have changed substantially. Once that particular representative was there, it was very data-driven and cordial. I would say there wasn't anything in the way of threats. Didn't get us closer to a resolution.
Okay, any other questions on the CAO report? There isn't. Councilor Grover? Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Financial reports, 11.2.1 accounts payable register, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation, June 30th, 2024, 11.2.3 reserves, June 30th, 2024, and 11.2.4 year-to-date budget, June 30th, 2024. And that would be pages 114 to 143. Any questions on any of those?
It was late for me downloading. Okay, Brown made $47,000. I'd like to invest in something. How are returns? The stocks went down or up?
That would be no, it would be a request on what, if that.
Their stock price is going up. It's their lawyers, they always go up.
Returns are, I'm just kind of wondering if they have succeeded in anything that they're following up on.
Well, we have them working on several files. They have been working on our tax, trying to collect taxes. I think the most active ones they're working on right now would probably be Avila, and Tallahassee and Alpha Bow. All three companies aren't really doing all that well, so they're staying on top of it and making sure we have the right documentation in place. If we have an ability to collect some back taxes or leases for our producers, then we're hopefully able to move. The other one is, of course, our appeal to the LPRT ruling to the Court of King's Bench. Court of Appeal, sorry. And we're looking at February and March dates.
Thanks, Eva.
Okay. Any other questions on any of the other financial reports? Councilman Kay?
Move that we accept all the reports, if I can, all the reports.
All reports in one, yes, that's what we've been doing. Call a question, all in favor? That's carried. Councilor fee sheets, 11.3, it's one page 130, starts at page 137. I screwed up with my paging before, so. Councilor Gender.
Just a question to yourself there, like, I just see that you met with 2 doctors, just kind of wondering how it turned out in there.
Actually, we have 2 doctors going to be coming to, that first one was, there was myself, Councilor Grover, and Councilor Stevens. It was that Rocket Doctor, the platform that people have an option. They can call in and get an appointment set up. They can have prescriptions. They can have referrals done from there. And it's actually either a virtual or a voice call with a doctor. We sat through a trial and calling was done. And our our Counselor Stevens was the one that threw his hand up that he'd do it, and they did follow through. It was an appointment the same day. We were meeting with them about it was 1 o'clock, and the appointment was 8:15 that evening. And they did phone him, they did follow up. And even though we thought we canceled it, they still phoned him to make sure everything was okay. So it is an option. It's not your personal doctor, but you're not waiting. It's like going into a merge, basically. You don't have the hands-on, but it's going into a merge and waiting, but you're waiting for that call back. They tell you when it's going to be. So that was that meeting. Dr. Victoria, we have 2 doctors that will be coming, and but they have to get through their assessment periods. So one, I think, is to start around November. We'll be on the ground here in Stettler. And the other one, I believe the letter, it said 3 months, or the note said 3 months. But that will be discussed at the next doctor recruitment meeting. So we've got 2 that will be coming into our fold, both going through the assessment periods.
Where are they coming from first?
Well, they're coming from overseas originally, but the one came from Ontario and the other one came from Vancouver, but they still have to be assessed.
So there's a glimmer of hope.
Yeah. Dr. Oud, he starts his assessment on the 26th. So that'll be when his 3-month assessment period happens. Then he'll have to relocate. That'll take some time. So
it could be used to start the year.
Yeah, he would. There is another assessment once he's done the first assessment.
There's an assessment here, and then
the assessment.
He's going to be a baby doctor. So his other assessment in, I believe it's Wetaskiwin, he will work through, but he'll be working here at that point. And I imagine it would be scheduled C-section, things like that. He'd have to book up to Wetaskiwin for it to get another 3-month assessment. So it's a long drawn out process, but the good news is we're going to have 2 coming. And we've got more resumes that we need to review right now. So part of the doctor recruitment go forward, maybe that were Central Alberta, there's been recommendations that we try to get these doctor recruitment groups or whatever health recruitment groups together, to the fact where we've got doctors committed to assessing and doctors for some of our other areas, so that through the assessment process, maybe that family can move to Stettler if they're going to be here, and go to a Panoka, a Three Hills, a Castor, Camrose, to one of these different hospitals to do their assessment. And then their family is actually located where they're going to be starting school and doing all those kinds of things. So, but that's got to be a work in progress. We have to have cooperation from a lot of different individuals in order to do that. So that's something I'm trying to drive through with this new group, so that we cut that assessment period down as quick, cut the red tape on as much as we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on any? Okay.
Just on my time sheet, I attended the Red Roll anniversary, and I was asked to be there, and I asked a few fellow counselors if I could put in for that time, and they said this is the place to bring it to, as a counselor, to see what the rest of the counselors thought on that. I have no problem either way, and I had also put in for the Denali Parade, which was my mistake. It was taken off, so I'm all good with that.
So, Mr. Chair, just typically your, what do we call it, our ward revision fees, if it's in your ward, you typically don't charge for it. So like if it's in your back door at Erskine, if the Erskine Rec Board asked me to come and talk, I wouldn't do it, even though it would be in Justin's ward, because I have none. This weekend at the Union Hall, everybody that's welcome, they have their 100th anniversary, just so you know. But yeah, I won't, I would.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted clarification, and that's where it was suggested to bring it here to council. So, okay, thank you.
James, could you claim that house just south of the railroad tracks as being part of Erskine? Then you could say that Erskine is in your ward.
Yeah, I should, right? That's what I should, yeah. Okay. Mr. Chair, also, I just noted that I missed one of Ernie and Dave, we went to that LUV MDP review setup, and I forgot that one. I'll add it next month. Okay.
or August, I should say. Just so that we were all three were there, so they weren't out.
You still have to add yours to add into it.
Into the next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, any other questions on that? I'll give you a motion to receive for information. On the question, did you have a question?
I was just gonna make motion.
We'll call the question on.
We can't receive for information. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, approved, sorry, thank you. Presume it is presented. So you're good with that? You'll change that. Motion? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Counselor committee reports, you said they were fairly lean, but I do believe being at RMA last month, there are a lot of counties take quite a few, maybe other municipalities take months off in the summer. So we have to, that's maybe should be our goal for next year. But we have a lot of questions coming from council board staff and a lot of issues that have to be covered. I just don't quite know if they do it.
We do occasionally remind council that that's an option. However, usually we do so right around the time that we've got a list, as tall as I am, of things to discuss at a committee of whole or council. So I'm not sure that council could actually take the council meetings off, but perhaps, deferring your committee of the whole meeting and ASB. Again, MBC is tough to tell because we have statutory deadlines to meet, but.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the age where I'm going to take some time off. We got quite a herd here. There's another 6, or at least 5 to make a quorum. Ernie can do it. I can do it.
You go to Australia, Dave? Want to see the kangaroos?
And yeah, because that most of my revenue from the cow herd anyhow.
Just,
Stolberg?
yeah, I was just gonna say, like, some of the committees do break for summer, so that's why there's no reports. And I was just gonna, I know it's probably just a typo, but on the one report of Dave's at the Battle River Research Municipal Users Group, I think that's Red Deer River, not Battle River, but
Yeah, it would be the Red Deer River.
we don't have a Battle.
You know, the one that's over here.
There is Battle River, but
Battle River depends where how far in the year you are. Later on, it's not really a river.
Anyway, I just noted that.
Good. Well, I think we could figure it out.
Counselor Gender?
On one note, Dave, you said that Red Deer puts as much water into the rivers that they take out close to net zero. Problem I find is, okay, with our sewage, we charge the residents based on 80%. I'm just kind of wondering if they use the same formula, where do they get the extra water? Are they classifying storm water?
I have the answer to that. Andrew? So the city of Red Deer has a regional wastewater system, but not a regional water system. So they take waste from other communities.
Rainwater back into the river.
So they glorify themselves by someone else's sewage.
I mean, we all are around the table. So this came up last at the water sharing agreements.
Your water that runs in around the drainage, all goes into the Red Deer River. They don't treat it either.
Yeah.
I think you should have to run it through a filter before it went back in.
Andrew was explaining this.
Yeah, this came up a lot at our water sharing agreements stuff, just because they're the anomaly, right? They're about the only municipality, maybe even in the world, but certainly in Alberta, that can claim that they are net positive to the watershed. However, really just borrowing from other municipalities who are bigger net negatives, and it all works out in the wash.
Literally the wash.
Because they're all right? Andrew, that would be the reason.
And no other questions on any of the reports that were filed, Councillor Nyberg?
I'll give you a receipt for information on the reports that were filed.
All the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
I won't approve them.
Consent agenda items. Was there any that we needed to bring up? There was.
Chairman, if you look at the very last page, again, Union Hall this Saturday, it's a pretty big deal.
On Saturday.
Yeah.
What time does it start?
Probably all day. 11. At 3 o'clock is when they're going to cut cake.
Scroll down a little bit, Andrew. All the information is there for what time they'll start.
Busy weekend this weekend.
It is, yeah.
We've got Bymore.
More ball tournament on, yeah, parade Saturday.
And we've got the museum function happening on Saturday.
the bench show at the Egg Grounds, that Egg Services is attending that on our behalf.
It is a busy weekend.
Also,
Pancake breakfast in the morning, aren't
at the museum, we're doing a pancake breakfast.
we? I got it on my calendar.
And you can enter through the backside of the county office.
Yeah, come through the old public works yard and park. It'll be in that shed that's, and the gate will be open for us to get through.
And if the gate's not open, head it to 98.
No, do not hit that gate.
It's a rolling gate, not a swing gate.
Oh, yeah.
I was asked if there's gonna be a shuttle service from our lot to the museum.
They'll be able to drive up very close, and any people who have the little blue sign hanging will be very, very close.
Okay, thank you.
And then also too, after the county fair that's just been here, something that didn't make the minutes, but Nikki and I got a note. It was, please mention I received a message from Nathan Stellman, who is a member of the Alberta Perching Club. Personally wanting to share his thanks to the County of Stettler for investing in the Stettler County Fair and Rodeo and the opportunity it provided to come and show his horses. There are very limited opportunities for them, and they really wanted to share their appreciation to both the County of Stettler and the Stettler Egg Society.
That's awesome. County does good. Everybody reach up, hand you back, so pat them back. Who we should be patting is the staff. They did a phenomenal job. I was there lots of days, but I tell you, our staff is number one, so.
And the volunteers at the Egg Society.
Yes, 100%, yeah. And I hope it to be bigger and better next year, so, yeah. But I can't express enough that our staff went over and above for what they did. So.
Well represented again.
Yeah.
It makes a person proud to be part of the County of Stettler.
Absolutely.
That we always are. Hey, can somebody accept that for information?
Huh? You betcha.
All question, all in favor?
Your buttons on those shirts were busting open. That's how proud we were, right?
The shirts fit.
Yeah, they did.
13.
They're good. They're very much set for winter projects.
Well, keep them in your closet, counselors. I'm not getting you new ones.
13 in camera session. If somebody can move us in camera. All in favor?
I beat you to it, Paul. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. The Council of the County said direct administration to applying for an order from the Court of King's Bench to have 211 Fifth Street in Gadsby, Alberta, brought into compliance with the county's nuisance bylaw.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Our next meeting is Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, for a regular council meeting. And we have item number 15 on the agenda. Councilor Grover.
See you on the 12th, or the 11th, I guess.
All in favor?
Do we need